Aloe, aloe vera, and other supplements. Hello, this is the ocean's deep woo. Ooh, Here we do the deepest of woo. We talk about all kinds of woo type things. But tonight's supplements. Oh, shoot. So professional here. Um, Tonight we're talking about the supplement Foreskolin, and got a click-in party going on, and we always have our discussion, and we might have a little karaoke fun tonight. So we'll see how it goes. But I wanted to talk about Foreskolin, but I lost the page, so I'll have to find it again. But in the meantime, let me get this on for you. Mm-hmm. Well, I hope you had a wooey Wednesday. How come I can never get the camera straight before? It just keeps, it just gradually moves. It just gradually, it's like, you'd be going along minding your own business and life just gradually drifts on you. Just gradually drifts. Hello, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. How you doing? Um, so anyway, tonight I wanted to talk about something that's been helping me with good evening. Good evening, y'all. Helping me just feel better. Although it's also good for weight loss. We'll see how that goes. Foreskolin. And it's a supplement that I have used before, but I kind of forgot about it for a while. Something or other happened. I either couldn't afford it or I couldn't find it or something happened and I stopped using it. But it did help me before. Just feel better. There's a lot of things it can do for you. And one of them is supposed to be weight loss. But it helps with a lot of things. We're going to discuss that later if there's enough interest and I'm not too tired. We'll do maybe a karaoke party or and then well for sure we're going to have our usual discussions. You can come in and tell us random stuff or about your favorite supplements or whatever. You must be subscribed for more than a day in order to do that. Okay. The first one, Bela Lugosi style. Okay. Okay. You kind of into the old vampires, are you? Oh yeah, yeah. That's kind of nice. You know what? I'm looking at getting Cowboy a little vampire costume this year. Getting him a little vampire cape. Either that or he gets a super cape. I'm not sure. He's on the floor on his back with his legs in the air. And he is adorable, but um, I'll never get the camera back to its original place if I try to get it down where it is. So I'm going to leave him down there with his in his cute little pose. Yes, silly cakes. But it's been hot, and I can tolerate this better than he can. Poor little fella. Um, it's been hot here. It's not intolerable for me, but I stay in a lot. I stay in from it a lot. I'm not under the really harsh sun. Yeah, vampire. You gonna be our little vampire? You gonna be a little vampire for Halloween? Ivan Stosak, or let's see, cat food. What cat food? Yep. No, really, he's just interested. But if I go to the farm and I get if I get some nice beef or something, and I only would do that from the farm. I'll give him some of the blood, and he loves that. So the vampire. Give them a little bit of blood. Kitties do love that. I mean, they're hunters. They're obligate carnivores. They can't help it. I made for myself tonight. I made some wonderful what Bob Evans would call um, hmm, chicken and chicken stock. I make chicken stock all the time with a rotisserie chicken I get every month or every year. Every what the heck is wrong with me? Oh no, getting like that guy at the White House? No, I hope not. Poor old fella. Ah, everybody's just so. This country is in such hot water. But anyway, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to say it nicely, but this country is in a lot of hot water right now. Yeah, we are getting solar storms, and so anything can happen. Anything at all. Anything. Anything. And but I made some lovely chicken. They call it chicken and dumplings, but it's really chicken and egg noodle. Uh, very good. Doggosh, doggosh. It really took me back. Really took me back. I get a rotisserie chicken once a week, and I make all kinds of stuff with it. And I always make a um, broth with it, bone broth. And I really think it's helped a lot. I mean, it really will help you have smoother skin, I think, because of the collagen. It helps your skin, it helps your joints. Um, it has a lot of other stuff in it, and they say that their chicken is hormone and antibiotic free. So that is not a commercial. That is just what I prefer to put in my body, you know. And so I made a wonderful, and I got some. Now, who knew? Manischewitz noodles makes noodles that are like what my mom made, handmade though. She made them from scratch. I guess they make them from flour, but my mom used scratch. No, my mother handmade the noodles and the chicken and noodles, but um, I'm not really good at that, and uh, I'm really glad to find somebody who makes noodles that are similar to my mom's. So I'm really happy about that. So now I can have chicken and noodles, and it really took me back to my childhood when we would really wait for that to get done because it was so good. It's like, oh yeah, mom's making chicken and noodles, you know, and it was delicious. It was definitely a comfort food. So I had that tonight, and that was really lovely. I'm so glad it turned out that way. Um, so I'm kind of waiting for more people to show up. Oh gosh, have they not seen me? Here we go again. I did send out from um, Patreon. I sent out some notification, so I hope they find it. Anyway, maybe maybe people will see it later on. Otherwise, this may be a very rather short show, and if so, that is okay, I guess. So let's see. Solar storms going on. I'm going to go to yeah. I'm going to go and start talking about Foreskolin. Um, it is basically uh, a supplement made from an active compound found in the roots of the Indian coleus plant, Coleus forescoli, a tropical plant related to the mint family, related to mint. For centuries, this plant has been used in traditional herbal medicine to treat various conditions and diseases. Research now suggests that some of the compound's potential health benefits, such as relief of cough, asthma symptoms, insomnia, and skin diseases, may be legitimate or at least plausible. Gee, do you think the fact that maybe they've been using it for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and India might be a factor in deciding whether or not it works? They always do this. We don't have any proof, of course, that it works. Just hundreds and maybe thousands of years of them using it as a folk remedy and it working, but we, don't know if it works. Um, it can be used for weight loss. So, that is another thing that would be helpful, and I'm certainly not against that. And the way that it works with weight loss is it promotes the production of hormone sensitive lipase, which is an enzyme involved in moving stored triglycerides and releasing fatty acids so your body can use them for energy instead of just stashing them away. It's thought to reduce the size of fat cells by promoting the breakdown of fats. The same happens whenever your body needs to use fat as fuel. But, of course, they say that release of stored fat's not enough to promote weight loss on its own, needs to be accompanied by calorie deficit. So, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. And they did do some studies on it. And one study, it didn't seem to do much. In another study, it did. So, who knows? The way that they did it was probably kind of stupid the way that they usually do these things when they don't want it to work. Okay? When they don't want it to work and they really want to sell you something else, then they'll do it in some ridiculous way that it won't work. Okay? That's just the facts. Hey, Richard the Red and Woo Riders. Riders on the Woo. Bum, 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 bum. Riders on the Woo. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, the current evidence is not strong enough to make any recommendations, except that it's been used in India for a long, long time. So, F them. Anyway, the Indian coleus plant, which contains Foreskolin, because that's its name anyway, Latin name, been a part of traditional herbal medicine for centuries. Okay, heart ailments, conditions like heart ailments, asthma, bronchitis, and even constipation. And believe me, there are definitely some people who need to let go of their stuff. You know what I'm saying? So this could be really helpful. But okay, so they say typical dosage is 10 to 25 milligrams twice a day, 10% Foreskolin. It is recognized as safe and typically well tolerated. Some users have reported gastrointestinal side effects such as diarrhea. Well, Some people think it's diarrhea when they just start having normal functioning, because they don't have normal functioning. So when they actually start to function, to them, it seems like diarrhea. I mean, that's also common. Hello, Louis. Hello, Louis. Yeah, that's actually also common among people who eat something like fermented foods for the first time or when they haven't in a long time, they report what they consider diarrhea, which is probably just really your gut reacting normally to um, fermented foods, which are actually helpful in you digesting your food and getting rid of your shit, releasing your shit. You don't need that shit. Once the shit, boy, you just why? Let me tell you, you just let go of that shit, and it's good for you. Get better often, and my mama always said. Okay, so some people think they're dying though if they have anything like that. Oh, the Northern Lights. That would be nice to see the Northern Lights. By the way, the picture in my thumbnail is a picture I took a while back, and if you tell me that that is just a regular cloud, I will tell you that you are full of it. Okay, because I took a picture of a great big sky picture, and then I saw this weird thing, and I close upped on it, and that is what I saw. And if that doesn't look like some kind of craft with a great big triangle craft right on it, hooked right on it, that means it's probably one of ours. But anyway, they've been showing more and more from less and less flare strength. Hmm, that's interesting. Yeah, the Northern Lights. I got to go out and see if we can see them. Hmm. Researchers believe that the side effect of diarrhea happens because of the increased production of acid in your stomach, which can increase bowel movements and so on and so forth. But actually, that's not bad because a lot of people's indigestion comes from not having enough acid in the stomach. So, so then they take a Tums or something, it makes things worse. Sometimes you need more acid in your stomach to digest things properly because that's what it's there for, is to digest things. Acid reflux is a different matter. Um, okay, can Foreskolin raise blood pressure? And they say, well, according to recent scientific research, it may actually lower blood pressure. It suggests that it works via vasorelaxation. This means that it widens the blood vessels, such as veins and arteries, by promoting relaxation of the muscles within the walls, thus improving blood circulation. So it would also be good for circulation. In addition to having a blood pressure lowering effect, Foreskolin is used as a treatment for heart failure. And since the abomination crisis that we had for a few years there, people have been having heart issues. So this may be a pretty important supplement. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, apple cider, absolutely, Richard. Absolutely, that's what I take too. Um, apple cider vinegar. Oh, Kofifi contaminated wastewater in California. Oh, California is just so messed up. Poor California. Yeah. Um, let's see what chat is saying. Moon was giving off an eerie red glow earlier. Ooh. Mostly I'm asleep, so I keep on missing them except for the one. Darn, me too. Um, the northern lights they're talking about. Immune system, yeah. Your stomach's a little um, gut biome is very important. So anyway, research shows that for heart failure, it can activate or boost a chemical messenger called 3-inch, 5-inch cyclic adenosine monophosphate, or CAM, which plays a key role in happy function by controlling both heart rate and strength of the heart's contractions. So if you want to be happy campers, try some Foreskolin. However, research, and as you know, I've been having trouble with the cough around here, and I have been dealing with a lot of allergens, though. But anyway, research assessing the benefits of Forskolin for heart health in humans is limited, so consult a healthcare professional before consuming it for that. At the bottom line, um, it's unclear whether it helps really with weight loss. However, one study suggested it may raise testosterone levels and promote fat loss while increasing muscle mass. And all that might be kind of important to some of you guys. Okay, let's see what else. Okay. Okay. Now, it is a root extract. Let's see what they have to say. Cellular changes that stimulate dilation of airways to help you breathe better. Um, might help with glaucoma, lowering high blood pressure. We talked about that. May have may help with lowering, with helping you lose weight. Things you need to use or know as a warning is not designed for use in the eye, like a topical cream or in extract. It's meant to be taken by mouth. Never put it directly in your eye, like we're going to really do that. And it should not be used by patients with polycystic kidney disease. But they don't say why. And if you are taking medication for high blood pressure, such as beta blockers or any of the other horrible stuff that can really hurt you, like calcium channel blockers and so on, laboratory results studies show that Forskolin may also lower blood pressure, therefore it may have added to the effect. And if you're taking warfarin and other blood thinners, it may have similar effects. So it may actually increase your risk of bleeding or bruising. So, what I would do is forego the chemical stuff. This is just me. I would forego the chemical stuff and try the Forskolin first. because we all know that's probably a lot safer. Although Foreskolin is used to reduce intraocular pressure in glaucoma, no sterile eye drop formulation is available, and it's probably doing it from the inside out anyway, so go ahead and just take it internally. Intravenous Foreskolin is not available in the United States. Okay, is there anything else? Okay. Nothing else to really warn you about. It's fairly safe. They haven't found it to really hurt you unless you're already taking certain medicines that are already for the same thing that it does. So, um, but it seems to me like since I've been using it, it's been pretty. I have been less. Um, okay, maybe this might actually help. Let me see. Depression, anxiety, and sleep. Because um, yeah, some of the discussions they're having about it is it does seem to be pretty potent. It does seem to be working for things like, um, yes, it does seem to be working for things like depression, anxiety, and sleep. Hmm. Wow. So, more about it is, let me see the chemical compound. It is to be a little bit more um, coleus, blue spur flower, um, Indian coleus, macandi, uh, mahu kaurihua. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It looks to be Chinese or something. Um, geranal, geranal pyrophosphate. Wow, that's methyl? If that means anything at all to you, it means absolutely nothing to me. Not at all. Nothing. No, it means I don't know what you're talking about. Eh, okay, so basically, it's fairly safe and may help with a lot of things. So I would say if you're looking for any of those kind of treatments, you might want to try that. I feel better. I don't. What? Wait a minute. I got to read this. This is too weird. Stimicule for Scolin. What? $178 and delivery from 45. Dudes, I got it so much cheaper from I just went on Amazon. I just went on Amazon. Oh, holy ghost. No, don't. Yikes. Don't do that. I got it so much cheaper than that. We can get it for $15, $20, unless if you decide to do a monthly thing. It's really not that expensive. What the heck are they doing? Uh, And if it works on glucose metabolism, that means there is a chance, well, through helping you with your weight, it would also help with other conditions like perhaps diabetes. So, um, yeah, glucose levels significantly reduced in groups treated with 2 milligrams of Foreskolin before the glucose tolerance test. Okay, yeah. So this is good stuff. Good to try. Not very expensive if you get it from the right place. Um, and basically, yeah, all the reasons I mentioned, they go into way more detail. You can look it up if you want to know more about that. I just thought I wanted to tell you about it because it also seems to be, I seem to be less ouchy. Now, um, and have a little more energy. This could be because it helps you break down what you've eaten. So, and use it for energy instead of storage. And so, here we go. Okay. Yeah, we got X class flares missing things. So, yeah, we certainly do. Oh, price gouging. Jeez. You know what? They don't care. They care about, that's the problem. When you have a corporation ruling things, you basically got an entity, a corporate entity, corporate. It's an entity that doesn't really have. It's an entity that doesn't really have feelings. It exists primarily to make money for the shareholders. That's what a corporate entity is. That's what it does. It makes money for the shareholders. That's the problem. So it's only as good as the people running it. If the people running it are just there, and they are under a lot of pressure to make money. So, as far as I'm concerned, I think you have to be really bloody careful trusting uh, trusting what any of them do, and I mean in any regard. You know. So, and I would definitely shop around for anything I get, and take into account, like I take into account, is it organic? Is it from a good established company? You've got to look at what strength it is, how much of the product does it actually have in it. A lot of studies do not either way overdo the amounts of stuff that they give the test subjects or way underdo it, depending on how they want to skew the results. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it looks to me. Okay. So if you want to make it look ineffective, you don't give them enough. If you want to make it look overly effective, maybe some things you want to give them too much. It's I don't like it. Some places are honest. I'm not saying everything is dishonest, but I'm saying that people do things to serve their purposes quite often. Who can deny that? So basically, if you're interested in that, you can find it just about anywhere. So I'd like to hear, and you guys are really big on your supplements. I know this. You love your supplements. You love your talking about food. You love talking about your favorite whatnot. So I'm going to. Where in the heck is it? Oh, come on now. I'm looking for the little guest. Come on. Invite. There we go. Invite. Copy. Okay. So there's the link. If you want to come in and talk about stuff, it's a click party. So, you know, come on in if you want to. Um, that's part of the reason I have it on StreamYard tonight, is I've been saving up some hours so we can have our click-ins, and then discussions on whatever we want to discuss, and possibly some karaoke. And I would invite you to find your own karaoke and come in and sing if you want to. In fact, if you want to do your karaoke thing, you don't have to show your face if you're all dressed for bed and snuggled in, and you don't want to show what you look like. You can just have your voice, because it gives you that option when you come backstage. So you don't have to worry about that. Mhm. So if you want to do something like that, if you want to do your show us your karaoke skills, you can do that. It's telling me there's only two people in here. What? I know better than that. I'm seeing you chat. Ay Okay, but anyway, that's all I wanted to tell you about. Was that's one of the supplements I'm taking, and I do feel like I have more energy. And I've often wondered if really my problem for a long time has been I'm not somehow my food is getting stored too efficiently and not becoming energy. And I don't know what the exact mechanism would be, but this is supposed to help with that. So if I'm feeling less tired, I'm thinking it might be. Um, I think I count as 2 times tonight. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, I that would be why I would be feeling more energetic, is because my food is now getting used for energy instead of being automatically stored away. Yeah, you'd almost have to lose weight, wouldn't you? As long as you're moving. Yeah. You were messing with AI art, and oh yeah, AI art is fun, isn't it? It really is. Trying to learn how to steer that, it's quite amazing. Anyway, I did want to give a couple of things I'm seeing in the future. Some warnings, pardon me. I continue to have some issues in my throat chakra. Okay, I want to warn you, we have, in some parts, there's going to be a whole lot of shaking going on again. You know what I mean by that? I mean that we're going to be having um, probably there are going to be earthquakes brewing. There are going to be storms. There are going to be floods in various places. If you're getting warned that something's coming, take it seriously because there are going to be a lot of upheavals. But I am calling on the weather workers that I know you are in here. I know that some of us are weather workers. If you are weather workers, please take steps to calm down the weather because I think that's going to be one of the distractions. One of the distractions that we're going to get is they're going to try and use the weather. Unfortunately, a lot of people will be harmed. So I'm asking the weather workers to get on the job, keep things gentle. Some things have to happen, but not everything. We can definitely mitigate the results of it, of an event. We can definitely gentle it down a little bit. And that has been proven to me over and over. We don't we don't have to have the harshest version of everything happen. We can actually have the gentler version of an event, like with Donald, that a lot of people were seeing it being much worse. But I remember thinking, no, we can change that. Um, it would have been horrible right now to be burying a president in the climate that we have right now. I think they're trying just, and you know who they is. People who want to keep us under control. One of the best ways is divide and conquer and distract us from what's going on in the world. One of the best ways to do that is to inspire what they've been trying to inspire, which is a civil war. That's why all the divisiveness exists, is they want a civil war. In a civil war, it makes a lot of money, you know, even though it tears up the country, and they don't care about that. Sitting around in Martha's Vineyard, what do they care, you know? Or wherever it is that they are. If you're sitting around in Martha's Vineyard, you're going to be okay. You're not going to be in the cities where they're ripping each other to shreds. You're not going to be on the campuses. You're going to be safe somewhere. I'm just using Martha's Vineyard as an example. So we've got to protect ourselves. And one of the ways we need to do that is by not letting them bury us in distractions. And if we want a free and fair election, I think they're going to try and incite something so that we can't have one because they're getting very desperate. If somebody's desperate enough to try and do in a president, a candidate, a very popular candidate, well, they're getting pretty desperate. There's a lot of rhetoric on both sides, very incendiary, very inflammatory. I have made it a point to tone down what I say and try to be a little bit nicer because honestly, I don't want to add to it. You know, however, I do think that people need to face the consequences of what they've done. There are people who need to face the consequences of what they've done. If we don't do that, then there is lawlessness. There is complete lawlessness. You know, people who have been swindling people for years, who have been doing a lot of criminal activities, you know, doing the money laundering, everything for so many years, 50 years maybe. They need something to happen. There needs to be a consequence. If there's no consequence, then why do we have laws? Why do we even have them? Oh my goodness, my bangs are tickling my third eye, and this is probably why I stopped wearing bangs. This is very sensitive. My third eye area is extremely ooh, ah, it's extremely sensitive. Um, the cat was too quiet. Oh, is that like kids? Like, is the cat like when you have kids? Like when the cat's too quiet? Maybe that's not good. Or is it, you know, you're afraid something's wrong with Kitty? Something's wrong with the kitty. You may set off the wildlife with your big one. You may scare them. I'm sure they're used to running because they don't want to be dinner when you give your Bigfoot call, Lewis. I'm pretty sure. Where in the heck is Scotty? Where in the heck is Angel Wingies? Where's Chloe? Chloe, Chloe, Chloe. Where is that Countess? Where's the Count and Countess? Oh dear. Well, anyway, so far the click party is not happening right now. Hmm. Okay, nobody has the guts to come in. Okay, be that way. My hair is kind of flat, isn't it? Geez, I don't like it tonight. Yeah, I don't like it. It's too flat. I didn't do anything to it before I came in. I didn't fluff it up or anything. I'm going to have to do that next time. I'm going to have to take a little time out and do some hair fluffing so it looks a little bit better on the camera. And I like to be fluffy. You could come in and do your Bigfoot call. You may scare some people's pets if you do so. Oh, you were busy eating dinner. Dinar. I got to take my Foreskolin again. I don't know, but it's been since I've been bringing stuff back from. I've been going through the storage stuff. I have been having a lot of trouble with choking and coughing and stuff. Whatever's in that stuff isn't good. They probably have some kind of maybe bug stuff that they spray in there. Um, Let me see if I can get this looking better at all. That's a little better, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that looks any better or not. No, it's flat as a pancake. Ah, look at that. Yeah, I really need to fluff up my hair before I come in. Gosh, it looks like I glued it to my forehead. Jeez. Oh well. Yeah, my hair doesn't really have a lot of body, so it does this. This is what it does. It's like if I come in right after I wash it and it's kind of fluffy, then I look pretty good. And then a few hours later, here we go. Anyway, I'm gonna find something and start singing. You guys can come along if you want. Ba, 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 ba. Hmm. Oh, they've got Black Star. I may have to do Black Star. I don't know if I'm quite ready for that though. I think I'll start with As the World Falls Down, as it seems to be doing. This is Carita's Goth Karaoke. It's such a sad love, deep in your eyes, a kind of pale jewel, open and closed within your eyes. I'll place the sky within your eyes. Such a fool heart, beating so fast in such a new dream. A love that will last within your heart. I'll place the moon within your heart. As the pain sweeps through, makes no sense for you. Every thrill is gone, wasn't too much fun at all. But I'll be there for you as the world falls down. Falling in love, I paint you mornings of gold, spin you Valentine evening, though we're strangers till now, choosing the path between the stars. I'll leave my love between the stars. As the pain sweeps through, makes no sense for you. Every thrill is gone, wasn't too much fun at all. But I'll be there for you as the world falls down. Falling, falling, as the world falls down. Falling, falling, falling in love. As the world falls down. Falling, falling, falling in love. As the world falls down. Makes no sense at all. Makes no sense to fall, falling as the world falls down. Falling, falling in love, love as the world falls down. Falling, falling in love, falling in love, falling in love, falling in love, falling in love. Yeah, no kidding. I'm gonna try Black Star. Ooh, you're doing origami swans for Veronica. Is Veronica the girl? Aha. Okay. It's gonna be weird because I have never done this. In the villa of Ormond, in the villa of Ormond, stands a solitary candle. Ah, 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 in the center of it all, in the center of it all, your eyes. Oh, yeah, wow. It's going to be weird. On the day of execution, on the day of execution, only women kneel and smile. Ah, ah, at the center of it all, at the center of it all, your eyes, your eyes. Ah, hey, in the groove. Okay, right after this song, I'll let you in. Right after this very song. Ah, mostly just filling time till you all decide to come in the Villa of Ormond. In the Villa of Ormond stands a solitary candle. Ah, ah, at the center of it all, at the center of it all, your eyes. your eyes. Ah, wow, it's kind of long, isn't it? I'm going to get you all in, so get ready. I don't know you, Allie. You have to be subscribed. Uh, you have to be subscribed for a while, in fact. Come in. You haven't even mentioned anything in chat. I'm sorry, if you haven't even chatted, you're not coming in. I thought maybe you were some of my crew. Kind of interesting that you've got EA there, Jessica. Let me see what the private chat is saying. Jessica, you know how to sing in Aramaic. Okay. But if you're not nice, how many times does an angel fall? How many people lie? Instead of talking tall, he trod the sacred ground and cried loud into the crowd. I'm a black star. I'm a black star. I'm not a gang star. I can't answer why. Just go with me. I'ma take you home. Take your passport and shoes and your sedatives and booze. You're a flash in the pan. I'm the great I am. I'm a black star way up on money. I've got game. I see so right, so wide, so open-hearted pain. I want eagles in my daydreams, diamonds in my eyes. I'm a black star. I'm a black star. Something happened on the day he died. Spirit rose a meter, then stepped aside. Somebody else took his place and bravely cried, I'm a black star, I'm a star star, I'm a black star. I can't answer why, but I can tell you how. We were born upside down, born the wrong way around. I'm not a gangster. I'm a black star. I'm a black star. I'm not a porn star. I'm not a wandering star. I'm a black star. I'm a black star. Why aren't either of you commenting? In the Villa of Ormond stands a solitary candle. Ah, ah, at the center of it all. your eyes. The day of execution, only women kneel and smile. Ah, ah, at the center of it all, your eyes. Your eyes. Ah, ah. Okay, it's just about over. I guess Jessica didn't really want to come in that bad. Thank you. Oh, you are Jessica. Okay, Jessica. Okay, got you. Okay, come back on in, sister. I'll let you in. And the reason is we've been having trolls lately. Okay, we have been having trolls, and I don't want to get in trouble too. I don't want to get in trouble with. I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube because some of the stuff they do is very much not allowed. Okay, so be nice. You know, be nice to each other. I'll let you in then. Okay, and if you're subscribed, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Didn't know. Okay. Let me get back here so that I can see what's going on with chat. Okay,
Let me get
there
back.
we go. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm going to, well, it looks like, okay, I'm going to let ladies go first, okay? And then I know how you're next, okay? And remember, don't get us in trouble. I'll put you both in, but be nice to each other. Okay?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
I'm new here. I joined because I can see you're singing, and I've been working on
Hi.
American singing. Can
Okay.
I show something off, and then I have a message for the viewers?
You only can show it off if it's allowed to be on YouTube and it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
bad.
It's just an American poetry.
Okay.
Okay. Can I just start? I get kind of shy when I sing, so I might big smile or something, but I just get shy.
Oh,
So
that's okay.
yeah. Um. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The thing it means is because I actually went to singing school, and I did really good in singing school. But then they kicked me out of singing school, and everything in my life became worse and worse. And my girl, she cheated on me with two guys, and they were my friends. So I've decided I want to finish it all on YouTube. I want to finish it all on YouTube right now. Sorry.
What are you
Don't
doing?
do it! Don't do it! Don't do it! No! Don't shoot
What are you
yourself! Are you
talking
crazy? You crazy nigger! You are a nigger! Don't do that,
Okay.
you nigger! Shoot yourself, you fucking nigger! Oh, nigger!
Okay. See what I mean? That's why. I'm sorry, Jessica. You'll have to log in when you come in. We're going to have to do that because of people like him. That there is the demonstration as to why I do that. Now you know. I'm so sorry. It went more than sideways, but there you go. So if you want to come in, you got to log in now. Sorry. Would have loved to hear from you, Relax. Hello, Off to Hook. Let me see if I can put the link out again, but you got to log in now because people have been stupid. People are being stupid. And see, poor Jessica has had to wait now. You can't get in. Let's see. These guys, they just ruin it for everybody. Try to anyway, but not for us. Anyway, there you go. You have to log in before you come in now. It's okay. There's StreamYard link. Hey, Emmett. We lost Jessica too, I guess. Whoops. Yeah, try again. You're going to have to log in now because he did that. So, uh, do what to a kid? What in the heck are you? What in the heck are you talking about? Okay, that's it. If I don't know you, you ain't coming in. Nope. Mm-mm. I'm sorry. It's got to be one of my crew, one of the people that I know. If it's not, you're not coming in. We just can't do that. We just cannot have that bullshit. Yeah, come in and sing that. Either that or I will. This show is about we are tonight. We're just having a karaoke party among ourselves. If you've been subbed long enough, I'll let you in. But see, that's what happens when I let people in is they do crazy stuff that I don't know. I'll let F Kitty in because I know Kitty.
Kundaman,
There you go, love.
I'm a racist nigger. Don't ever kick me again, bitch. I think
Like
it.
you
No, I'm
again.
nigger.
Oh my God, you're such a loss. You know what? You really are a loss.
Nigger.
You are a waste of flesh. I'm sorry. You're a waste of flesh. Yeah, that's not you. Okay. Yeah, he's a waste of flesh. He's got nothing better to do with this life. The kind of person that's got absolutely nothing to do with their life. Nothing. Nothing to do. No purpose, no sense of anything. That's it. That's what they got. Period. Uh, such a relax. You know what? I think you're crazy too. So I hate to say this, but you know, mods, will you take care of relax? Because I think relax is in with it. So, can you take a care of relax for me here? Thank you. Well, relax. Now you got yourself in trouble. So, you know, frankly, it's my show. Bye, idiot. People are freaking idiots. I mean, seriously. See, gone. Thank you. Thank you. I'm certainly not crying. Hey, Captain Hook. How you doing? Thank you, Kitty. He's pretending to be F Kitty, and that is wrong. So, Indy, is that you? Yeah, you sure can. Indy, are you trying to come in right now? Because if I don't hear from you in here that you're trying to come in, I'm going to kick this person too out of the back room. Indigroove, answer me. Are you trying to come in? If you are trying to come in, tell me in chat right now. Okay. There you go. I banned him from the studio. Will the real indie group please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. Will the real indie group please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. Well, I banned him from the studio now. He's just banned. He'll probably try and come in on another account, though. They've got nothing. That's just it. It's like they got nothing to do. Nothing. They're worthless. Worthless people. So worthless. Why? You got that much time on your hands. And every time I let them in, they do this kind of shit. Yeah. NPCs, exactly. Okay. So really, seriously, I I do not understand what, what they why, why do you bother? Unless they're like horrifically bored. Is that what it is? They can't figure out what to do with themselves. I don't get it. But anyway, like I said, that's a waste of flesh right there. Thank you, dear. No, you look beautiful tonight. Thank you, dear. You had to record that weirdo for the screenshot. Yeah. If they try to give me any kind of trouble, we're gonna we got to be able to back it up. You know what it reminded me of, though? Do you remember in Blazing Saddles where the guy, where is it Cleavon Little who is playing the sheriff, grabs the guy's gun and says, "One false move and it gets it." Remember that? Kind of reminded me of that. Well, I don't think it's my account that's going to be banned for that. Yeah, he's probably vaxxed and triple vaxxed and boosted. Yeah. You know what your problem is? You're vaxxed. That'll probably get me in trouble. Remember, this is a comedy show. It can be funny. Positive people, please. Come on. He's definitely, though, voting for the sock puppet if he's even a citizen. But yeah, he's definitely the sock puppets type. Can I do a clearing for us? Sure. I like that one. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Ah, oh, that's really funny. Yeah, Emmett. Well, like I said, they got nothing. People like that got nothing. They got no talent, no nothing, you know. So what are they going to do to get their attention? Where? Where? Baby. Anyway, where? You lost your pendulum. Oh, God. Well, I got him off pretty fast. I got him off the screen pretty fast. Not before he pulled his some shit, but he's pretty much out of here now. I've banned all of the ones he came in with, so. Actually, I sell them too, Lewis. If you got a custom one you want, don't neglect to let me know. If you got something with a stone that is hard to find, let me know. Yeah, exactly. Emmett, pay attention to me. Somebody, please. Mommy and Daddy ain't paying enough attention to me. Wee, wee. Ah. Yeah, he's still got an account. Yeah, I know. We get in trouble, and they are still around somehow. Um, Open Season is an awesome movie. What has that got to do with anything, though? Okay. $1 billion company. Yeah, he called you buddy. Mhm. Yeah, it is. Open Season. Okay, so what is it? A series or oh, it's a movie. Okay, let me go there for a minute and look at YouTube movies. And I'll put it on my. Oh, it won't let me save it. Okay, can't do it. I was gonna try and save it. Yeah, billion-dollar company, and they cannot filter these types out. Hey, that's what we can do. We control the troll. Control, because we're in control. We're in control. Control. Do what I want. Control. Never gonna stop. Too many poodles. Poodles. Is that what you call it? Yeah, I know. Poodles and toy poodles, too. They're not even full-size poodles. Full-size poodles are actually pretty respectable dogs, you know. But little toy poodles are pretty much yap dogs. I I haven't met too many little tiny poodles that aren't yappy. You know, yappy little dogs. It's sad. It's like, why do we do that? It makes them nervous, I guess, the inbreeding. And that really that's another thing that kind of breaks my heart sometimes. Although my heart is really fine. Doctor checked. I'm good. But yeah, it's terrible that we have people who breed dogs. I'm sorry, but the dogs with the smashed in faces, the pug dogs, they literally have problems breathing. Their eyes can fall out. That's horrible. That's literally breeding them to be effed up. Doing that to an animal is not love. Breeding an animal to be effed up is not love. To be weak, to be sick, to have all kinds of problems, health concerns, that is not love. You don't love animals. You're weird, man. I think it's sick. I'm sorry. I think it's sick. Oh, a teacup poodle? Oh my goodness. See, I don't understand that. I guess okay, I understand, I guess, that it's a novelty, but it's so dangerous. I mean, teacup poodles. Literally, I had a friend who lost her teacup poodle just because people couldn't hardly see it, and it got stepped on. They're just so easy to, you know. Yeah, some of them, if they're not too inbred, they're fine, you know. But any of the dogs that are too inbred are just, it's not good. It's not good. It's very sad. And people who overbreed, sometimes they breed them for such narrow hips that they can't even give birth. Females can't even give birth. Normally, they have to have a C-section, which is not. I mean, you know, if that animal passes that trait on in the wild, they're gonna die in horrific pain. It's you know, what if it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, 5D. We got to get to 5D, right? We got to get to frequency 5. Mhm. I do too. I miss mine too. Off D. You have a 10 pound Miniature pinscher. She's tough as F, but they're the original breed. Yeah. Usually the original breed animals are pretty healthy. They're pretty hardy. They're, and the ones that nature makes. I mean, nature interbreeds animals in a truly wonderful way. The Greek cats, they're called Aegeans. They're generally very healthy, and they're bred entirely by nature. They don't do the cat breeding to make an Aegean, the Greek cats. So, uh, she's getting cremated, so she did pass on. Okay. Wow, a 35-pound offspring. Wow. A 10-pound pinch. Wait a minute. A 10-pound miniature pinscher gave birth to a 35-pound off. Okay. Are you trolling me, pal? Hmm? What's going on here? What are you telling me here? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay. She had a litter of 6. Aw. Yeah, 15th was kind of a rough day. It was a conjunction of, was it Mars, Uranus, and another planetoid or something. Um, it was kind of a rough day for a lot of people. That would make sense that she would. It was also, you know what? It was the opening of a portal. She was waiting for a portal day. That's what happened. You know what? I have noticed that a lot of times they're waiting for a portal day. Yeah, mine are always come back to see me. They do that. They do that. They wait for a portal home, I guess. Portal system opens and off they go. I've noticed that. Yeah. And this is very close to the Lion's Gate. They probably wait for a portal to come in too. I've told you before how I was seeing in my mind's eye pregnant people would have sort of like a Bethlehem star on their forehead. Back when I was doing spirit drawings, and it turned out they'd be pregnant. So basically, by being pregnant, you're opening a stargate. So women just naturally open stargates by being pregnant. Don't ask me why it's that particular way, but it is. Yes, we did. When Trump turned his head, we were in another reality. We were in the reality where he didn't get blown away. When Trump turned his head, we moved to a different timeline. And it's the timeline I intended, too. And it's just like I saw it in my head. Yeah. Hey, Drum Stud. Is Drum Stud here? Mary? It's a jolly holiday with Mary. Yeah, in another reality, we're at war. We got civil war going on. And yeah, it's really weird to think of it, isn't it? Yeah, in another reality, I'm dead several times over by now. It's weird. It's like in some reality, I'm dead several times over. I need to fluff my hair up before I come in here. It just doesn't look right otherwise. Oh, we got another assassination threat from Iran. Well, yeah, we are Gates, of course. Well, we are stars in another. Um, okay, we are actually stars. That's a. There's a lot to that, though. There's a lot to unpack with that. I'm not going to go into that tonight, but we are actually stars, and stars are all Gates. All stars are Gates. And there is Mr. Cowboy with his speaking part, so he gets more treats. Are you ready to face your audience? There you go. Yeah, he's turned around now so you can see his head, not just his butt. But you know, he wants you to admire his butt because he's got that no tail thing. He's very proud of that. Oh, look at that. Big purrs. Big purrs. Big purrs. Big loud purrs. Purr, 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 purr. No, my little sweet boy. Mom loves you so much. I love you, Mr. Cowboy. You're such a good boy. You are. You're a real good boy. Real friendly little guy. We're all stars now in the Dope Show. Yeah. I believe nothing they say me either. I'm with you on that, Indy. Oh, he's such a good baby. Thank you. I think he is. He's actually I think he's using a bit too. From when I got him, he really kind of looked like maybe he was on his last legs. But love and good food, and there he is. Love and good food and a little bit of time, and now he looks pretty healthy, actually. He looks like a very healthy little kitty. He's got a little bit of pooch left on his belly, but really, he's doing very good. Yes, he is, and he's a very handsome boy. And he's not got any troubles that I know of. Yeah, he's pretty healthy. He's a healthy kitty. He could last a few more years, couldn't you, baby? Only thing is this thing on his eye right there. That worries me a little sometimes. But it's just like a little wart or something. Thank you. Really liked your tree video. I missed a video. Hi, Mary. Okay. Off the hook. Off the hook. And I'm embarrassed by how much yarn. I'm going through all my packing boxes. Oh, it's my big hand. I'm going through all my packing boxes, and I found so much yarn. I have now placed it in containers like these great big zipper plastic container bags that they have for moving bags. On Temu, they're huge. I have them stacked in my closet. I have them stacked on top of each other as tall as me practically. That's how much yarn I have, and I'm like, different kinds of yarn. I tried to separate it into different kinds of yarn. Like, how did I get so freaking much yarn? How did I do that? And every now and then I think about buying more. I gotta tell you though, I've been really good lately. I've been on the wagon buying any more. But geez, I cannot believe it. I had to I bought several of those really big bags, and mostly, the first few was yarn. I'm like, how did I do this? How do we do this? It's just letting the days go by. Hmm. Oh, I love trees, yes. Yeah, I'll have to go see that. You want to put your link in here, Mary? That's okay too. If somebody's got a new video out and you want to put a link in, please go right ahead. And if you want to click in and say a few words, or if you want to, like I said, if you guys want to put a link in, you're welcome to do so. Okay, that's good. Because, yeah, when you click in, let me know you're clicking in. Say, I'm coming in out here. Because if you say it in the back room, that could be somebody else. If you say it out here in chat that you're coming in, then I'll let you in. Every time I do let somebody else in, though, they turn out to be an idiot. You don't see a link? Hang on. You don't see the link? Most of you that belong here are in blue, so that kind of helps me know it's you. There. There you go. Mary wins. merry ways. That's funny. Just people, just. I've had so many times in my life when I've seen people, it's not, I know it's not just me, but I've seen people doing really good. They're happy. Somebody comes along and they just got to ruin it. And it's got to be because they're not happy. You know, they're just not happy with themselves. Okay, there you go.
Hello, it's me.
Hello. Yeah, I can tell it's you. How you
Awesome.
doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm groovy.
Awesome.
I'm actually doing pretty well right now. Like I said, I think the Foreskolin is actually helping me because one of the things it does is convert the calories to energy, which is maybe a part of what my problem has been instead of getting stored. So, anyway, so you've been working on what have you been working on lately?
Who, me?
No, some other guy that's up here on the
Oh,
stage.
okay.
The
I've been
guy
running my
behind
mouth.
you.
I've
I'm,
been running my mouth as usual.
oh, okay. That's fine then.
Yeah, trying to, speak about things in a way that is vague enough to where, I don't have to get myself in trouble like we do on here.
I know it's ridiculous that we have to do that. Why do
Yeah,
we
it is.
do that? Why do we have to? Why can't we just talk? But no, no. People got to be idiots.
And
And
it's,
and go ahead.
well, I was going to say, especially now, everything that we see, public information, everything in the news, we saw some horrific, you know, at least a horrific
Horrific things
scenario over
happen.
the weekend. But yet we still got to be babied on YouTube because we got to protect the community. Like it just don't make any sense. So it's just crazy world,
Yeah, some people are allowed to say all kinds of things,
right?
crazy things.
Movies. I mean, the music they allow and some of the rap tunes. It's like, all right, bro. You know what I mean? I have to be a fool to,
Yeah, they're allowed to say horrific things,
yeah.
and it's like, well, I it and we really I think we've all had enough. I think that will change in the future.
Yeah, it seems to be shaping up to where the change is being forced to happen. We're gonna have. This cannot continue on. I mean, I get that we've been
Yeah,
doing it
not
this long,
infinitely.
but I really think things are getting so obvious and absurdly obvious that we're kind of being forced to have a wake up moment. The
Yeah.
masses, the normies.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's what we've been having is lots of wake up moments. And I
Right.
hate to say, but I'm going to make a prediction that I hope gets mitigated into something milder. But I think Joe is next.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. A friend of mine just sent me a screenshot, like from basically from Google's page, but it's like the news articles. And apparently, in the last few hours, he's put out statements saying both that he is willing or ready to quit the presidential race if his quote medical condition worsens. And then there's also a link that he has tested positive for the thing that was around 4 years ago.
For the C.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Nah, so right on
Right
schedule, right
there.
in, you know,
And he's been shot up and boosted and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
There it is again. Ah ha ha ha. Big surprise. So that's how they're gonna that's the hook they're gonna use.
Big switcheroo. Yep.
The stage, yeah. That's how they're gonna yank him off the stage. I told you guys that they were fixing to do that, and I told you he's probably gonna end up with some kind of disease, and then he's going to be gone and no
And
longer able to. And then if he's gone, well, then they can't put him on trial either, can they?
well,
You
he's
know.
already kind of gotten pardoned from that Supreme Court thing they did a couple weeks ago. Remember the hot topic of official duties and all that kind of thing?
Hmm.
So I gotta say, I still have not heard anything about Miss Hillary. Has she popped out yet? Still, that keeps sticking with me. I'm like, she's just
Hill and
really
Billy.
Hillary. Yeah, I just got a sneaking suspicion we're gonna see. She's gonna pop. There's no way that narcissist is gonna keep quiet unless she's really up to something. I just,
Yeah, it's like in the movies. It's quiet, too
mhm,
quiet, right?
exactly.
Because when the drums stop, then they're fixing to do something else, right? So
Hmm.
she stopped drumming. So what is she up to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got a point there. Yeah, she's not out. Um, she's still sharpening the axe.
And I also find it very
Somewhere.
weird that it is now being talked about on CNN, mainstream, everything. This, I'm gonna just say it, this conspiracy theory that everybody is accepting and agreeing that this is an inside job. Could you really have ever? I could never imagine that they would be openly even putting that in front of everybody as you know what I mean? There's something weird about that's not.
I know it's gotten so surreal now.
Yeah,
It is the most surreal thing in the whole doggone world now. It's
yeah,
absolutely surreal. There's nothing like, I mean, we were told it was going to get really freaking weird, right?
yeah.
And it's gotten way even, yeah, it even has
That's
surprised me. So
that's
it's
why
getting weirder.
I'm not
I'm
buying
telling
anything about
you.
this story that's being reported because we know how they are about information, how tight they are, and control everything. But they letting all this out there all of a sudden, and I'm sorry, my red flags have been going off big time. So
Yeah, there is nothing you can really trust about anything that any of them say, really.
yeah,
There's nothing really. Um, yeah, she's grown up some kind of witchcraft. Now, here's something that I noticed though, guys. Don't you sometimes feel you're in a bad novel or something? I mean, if we look at the characters and look at the plots
definitely.
and I mean and look at the names.
Yep.
Biden, Biden. Biding means staying, sticking around, abiding, right?
Right.
Biden. It also can be translated to bide in. Bide in. Did you buy
Right.
into it? Yeah, a lot of people bought into it. Then you've got uh, Joe, which is a sort of a nickname for coffee, but he keeps falling
Oh,
asleep.
do you remember? This might have been about a year ago. It was very quick. You remember when he was selling a coffee mug, Joe?
Oh
Joe.
no, don't! But wow, that would kind of make sense, wouldn't he?
It was a very creepy. It was like a 10 to 15 second, like a TikTok style video where he's sitting at his desk in the Oval Office, allegedly. I don't trust nothing right now. And he's selling this mug that I guess they had it on the White House merchandise page. But when he takes a sip of it, he's got a weird look in his eye. I'm telling you that happened. That was months ago, probably a year ago at this point.
Really?
I'm telling you, bro. It's
Oh,
all.
Peter, we need to find that. You know, Indy, we need to find that.
Look it up. You could probably. It should be out there. Just,
If I had a regular computer instead of just a little tablet
Well,
here, I could probably
somebody in chat, if it probably on YouTube. Just put Joe Biden coffee mug, and it's a
do
really
it.
short video.
Oh, let me see. I can do it on my phone, maybe. Tucker insists it's not Biden. I've been telling you it's not.
Oh, and you know what else? Did you hear that the show Morning Joe has been taken off the air?
No, really?
Yes, dude. This is
Wow.
nuts.
Oh,
You're
my
right. We
goodness.
are living in a bad script. And you know what I was going to say when you
I'm
first
not
started
done yet.
talking?
I'm not done yet, but I'll let you talk.
Okay.
But then I got more. I got more. And
Well, I
so
just
go
want to
ahead.
throw this in there. We're all familiar with this whole thing about Trump and that old book or story, The Last American President. You remember that?
Yeah, last American. Wow.
Yeah. It's an old.
Oh.
That's where Mike Pence's name was in that book. Also, they talked about Barron and Don and the Tower, and
Um,
it's weird. It's some weird
it
shit we live in
is.
right
It
now.
is. It really is. Now
We
get
are
a
in
load of
crazy
these
times.
names, though. I mean, anybody who's read cheap novels knows they love to do stupid things. They love to come up with weird names for the characters, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, what was the kid's name that was the supposed lone gunman, lone shooter?
Crooks, right? They're a
Crooks.
bunch of crooks.
What? Yeah. Crooks shot him. Okay. So, what? That is so bizarre. And then, wait, that's not the end of it. So, who is the head of the SS that's supposed to be taking care of this? Who the buck stops with?
I don't.
Cheetle.
Yeah.
Cheetle.
Cheadle. Okay. Yeah.
Cheetle. I mean, are you kidding me? Her name
Right.
is Cheetle. Cheat. And then you've got Kami Law
Oh,
Harris, which
let me
is the
tell
way
you.
some people say harass.
Let me add some weirdness to her.
Yeah.
Back in 2020, right before she was announced, the day before she was announced as Biden's running mate, Kamala
Mm-hmm.
Harris. Guess what happened the day before? Do you remember
What?
professional wrestling from the 80s? There was a character, Kamala, spelled the same way as her name, right?
No, I didn't
Yes.
know.
The Ugandan warrior, Kamala. All right? He was a big, you know, big size, fat black guy that played this character. Like he had a lot of voodoo kind of artwork, kind of body paint on him and stuff. Guess what his real
Hmm.
name is?
What?
His name is James, and wrestling name Kamala Harris. And he
What?
died. He died the day before she was announced as VP. And she was announced right around September. This is all September 10th, September 11th dates of
Oh my
2020.
gosh.
Yeah,
Oh, this is a rabbit hole, dude. This
it
is a rabbit
is.
hole.
It
This
definitely is.
is,
So
this is a
we're in the
rabbit hole. We
twilight zone.
really need to look at this. There's more. Trump. Trump. What is the trump card? When something trumps,
A rook? Is that the rook?
what does that mean? The trump card ends the game
Right. Last American president.
in bridge. Trump card ends the game.
Okay, yeah.
When the trump, which is also short for trumpet, when the
Exactly.
trumpet sounds.
And that's biblical, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
When the last trumpet sounds. Wait a
Read.
minute.
I
Yeah.
got something biblical for you. Read Revelations 13:6 and tell me if that doesn't I don't know, just ring some suspicion with you and go, "What?"
I don't have that here. I don't have
Okay.
anything running around like that.
Somebody in chat, pull that up. Pull up Revelations 13:6 and y'all just read it to yourself. And I just like to know what anybody thinks about that.
The other thing is, let me see, there was another one too. Let me see. We got Biden, we got Cami. We got Hillary is kind of weird too. That Hillary was a guy's name. Used to be a guy's name. So we did have a spate of women taking guy names for a while. And she's one of them. So we have Kamila taking a name that's exactly from this wrestler.
Yeah.
God, that's so weird, man.
Kamala Harris. James Kamala Harris.
James Kamala Harris. Do you think this has anything to do with who's actually running the avatars? I mean, if you think of it, doesn't it almost sound like they pick their names out like we pick avatar names? Like we pick names?
Yes, because I
Like
think right now
it's
we have
clever.
to we have to remember this. We're introduced to all these people, right? We have
Yeah.
no idea who these people are or if they really even exist. And if they do exist, we still don't. Even Trump, who's been well documented, if you check out his mama and his daddy, look at his dad's name, his mom's name, it, and you know his uncle apparently.
I'm gonna have to look it up now.
Okay, it might blow your mind. I'm gonna just let you know that his mom and dad's name.
Okay. And he names his kid Baron,
Right?
right? He names the kid Baron, and Baron is Too Tall Jones, right? He's like treetop tall.
Mm. Yeah, yes. Very tall, like a
Yeah.
Nephilim almost.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, and his wife looks straight up Pleiadian.
Or like a gray alien, yeah.
Well, the Pleiadians, they usually look like models. But yeah, she does. The first time I saw him there going, oh, she's wearing the alien look, you know? I'm
Yep.
like, yeah. Who knows what Melania, I don't know what Melania actually means in her country, but
Well, I heard that in her home country, whatever country she was born in and whatever, that she has a statue of herself up there too. I guess just famous for being Trump's
famous,
wife.
famous, yeah, being Trump's wife.
Yep.
Well, she's a model or something. So actually, so it may, I don't know.
It must be a very, country devoid of famous people, if you've got a
I don't
statue.
know. Oh, well, you know what? I kind of fit in too. Now, dig this. My actual name is Diane, which is a version of Diana, the goddess.
Yes.
So I'm a goddess, and I am. But I'm out.
There you
I'm
go.
a shaman manipulating weather and doing all this goddessy stuff. Um, yeah, there is something very odd about all this, isn't there?
Yeah.
I never thought of it. My mother's name was B. It wasn't really. They anglicized it to Beatrice, but her name was actually China Bee. Because she was very light skinned. Whereas we have Native American in the background, and some Native Americans had very dark skin. They really looked like black people. So in fact, my great grandmother Whitehorse looked more like me, and her sister Chenoa looked like a black person to the extent that her nickname was the N word. And they would often mistake these people for escaped slaves or something. So it's very strange when I think about it. Chenoa means at peace with nature. So, but yeah, Emma Whitehorse was my great great grandmother's name, and she's the Native American in my background. So I'm 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 just blown away by it sometimes. And the white horse isn't the white horse death?
Um,
Doesn't
I don't know, but since you've brought up a horse, I was taking in all the information from Saturday, and the guy that's now famously interviewed by the BBC reporter, the redheaded fellow with the red hat on, and he was talking about everything he saw, right? At one
yeah.
point in the interview, he was talking to somebody kind of like off camera as he was being interviewed, and he mentioned something about a horse, and he mentioned that there was, I guess, some lady on a horse that was riding a horse carrying an American flag. I shit you not. And you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me not only just the four horsemen thing, but all that stuff in the UK that was going on around the royal family. At one point, you remember they had a couple of um, random horses that got loose and ran through the streets of London.
Hmm.
And they were two different colors. I'm just saying, the script, the Shakespearean play,
Weird.
it's
There's something to do with all of this. I mean, it's almost like reality is trying to give us clues that we're in a simulation.
yeah,
That's one of the things, one of the ways that I'm sitting here going, we're in a simulation. It's like this can't be real. If this was somebody just, telling me a story, I'd be there like, oh, come on.
right.
Or I'd be reading this in a novel. I'd be reading these names going, wow, it's like naming the Scrooge Moneypenny or something, which was my old landlord, and he fit that way too well. His name was Moneypenny.
Yeah.
But honestly, weird. He was a slumlord, definitely. But yeah, I read. This is a badly written novel. This is a what the heck? Who's
Um,
writing this? We are writing it, but we're collectively and individually writing this. But it's
speaking,
it's just okay.
I was gonna, uh, speaking of more strange twists or clues from the universe, or I don't know. But after Saturday, did you hear about the Venezuelan president? I think was it Maduro? That might be him. Because Trump and Venezuela were very contentious, right? Because Venezuela has a lot of oil and this and that, right? During his time as he was president. Well, the Venezuelan president issued a statement. I believe this was late Saturday, even the words that he used, he made a statement. He says, I reject and repudiate this act. Now, first of all, when you say I reject something, right, that's a very strong word, but we kind of
Yeah.
we'll kind of brush that off as just like you know how the English language is synonym. But he used the word repudiate. If you look up what the definition of repudiate is, it
No.
sure makes this whole event look
Well, what
very
is the definition of repudiate? Can
basically that you do not accept something as being true.
oh, well, that's
Yeah.
kind of what I thought it was.
Hmm.
And yeah, I agree. I don't think that this is a what the whole thing is. You're right to put it that way. Repudiate. You're
Yeah.
right. That is interesting.
Yeah.
There's
We
truth.
don't even use that word here, and this dude's using it. Very
Yeah,
strange.
we don't use it that often,
Right.
huh?
We're in the
Hey,
Twilight Zone
Chloe is here.
officially.
Hey, Chloe. It's the Count and Countess with the 1, 2, 3, but we just know her as Chloe, and she's in. Hello. Anyway, what were you saying, dear?
I was just adding that we are definitely officially in the Twilight Zone right now.
Well, yeah, we're in Twilight Zone. Tum, 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 tum. Tum, 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 tum. I know. I keep waiting for Rod Serling to hop out of somewhere,
Right.
come out from behind a bush or something. You're entering a dimension of sight and sound. I'm looking around, going, okay, where is he? But yeah, it's like, and who's watching? Because I have a feeling we're being watched too. That this is some kind of show. So is it us watching? Are we all watching? Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me. Right. A tap
Well,
temp? What?
well, you
Secret
know,
Service should be charged with negligent homicide. Yes, they should. She should be kicked. She should not have a job. Cheadle should not have a job. She should be off the job yesterday, the day before yesterday, that night. She should have had her ass kicked right off of that job. Everybody looks at that event and says, what the? Who actually has, some kind of experience in that kind of work and says, what the F? And when you see how close, and then she has the nerve to say, well, it was a slanted roof, and we didn't want to put anybody in danger by putting them on a slanted roof. It's like a safety thing. And I'm like, the the gunman was on the roof.
okay, let's just consider this for a
What?
second, though. If any
What?
of us, we're just regular people, right? We grew up regular, we're American, we're all patriotic, we have a firm understanding of where we are and what this country's about.
We
These
think.
people, well, these people in these jobs, how can any of them be anything like us to be so bold to get into any of these positions? And we're openly talking about this being an inside job on CNN. I'm sorry, but who is willingly, nobody is blowing the whistle a year ago and saying, look, somebody came to me and said, we're about to carry out a attempted. I mean, we are in Twilight Zone, dude. None of this can't be logically argued. That's the problem I'm having
No,
with it.
no, we're not really. We're This can't be a real route. This can't be. Could it be that we're getting hints over and over that this isn't base reality? This is not base reality. This cannot possibly be base reality.
Yeah.
It's going to be some sideshow that's going on. Uh, because um, I'm itchy. My scalp is so itchy tonight. Must be the sunspots and stuff. Um, Quantum leap, and yeah, we are in another. We're in another reality. We've skipped into another dimension or something. A dimension of sight and sound
Hmm.
that reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. That's another show. Remember that?
Oh,
Outer
yeah.
Limits.
I love
That
that
was
one.
another really good one. That one was really scary. When I was a kid, that one scared the F out of me.
And the Tales from the Dark Side. That was another one that
Yeah,
you
that
should.
was later on. Tales from the Dark Side. Loved the
Yeah.
show, but it was really scary.
Yeah, the
Itchy.
intro was scary on that one. The
Yeah,
Dark Side.
the dark side. Yeah. But we definitely are in some other place now. Like I said, in some reality, it wasn't the other guy's brains that were all over the place. Now him, I gotta say, his name is Corey. He showed up to me and said he'd do it again in a heartbeat. And he said, "I do it again in a heartbeat. I did it for good reason." And basically, it turned out that he did it saving his wife and daughters, throwing himself in front of his wife and daughters. He literally, that's what he died doing. It turns out he's a firefighter. He is a chief fireman, was, and still he's a pretty nice guy. He showed up in my third eye when I was talking about think about him, and he said that he would do it again, and that it had to be that way, and it couldn't be avoided, and that people need to know that for one of the reasons that his soul agreed to do that is because people needed to know. Is the sense I got from it. Something.
Well,
There's
but do we
something that's
know?
going to come out because he was killed that is wouldn't come out otherwise. Okay, I don't know what it is though.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm finding strange about kind of that scenario in relation to this. Everybody's saying God, yeah, a lot of these Christian types, God protected Trump, okay? But they didn't protect a guy who's got a beautiful family, a perfect member of society, this good guy with these beautiful young daughters and all the whole 9 yards. But Trump's
Mhm.
old, but God's protecting him. I'm sorry, but to me that seems like some twisted elites that sit around in basements and do weird shit. To me, that seems like that's not sitting well with me.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I mean,
Oh,
we could say God, doing this, but I don't like all this God protecting talk.
well, look, there may be more reasons than you know because if he had succeeded, we would be at civil war maybe right now.
Well,
We
are we out of the woods of that right now?
and we might actually have had because right now there may be I'm just saying there may be bigger things at stake than one man's life because one man is not going to change reality that much. I mean, yes, he's going, a lot of people have faith in him to do all kinds of things, but there may be something bigger to this. He has become a symbol of something. And when he came up and pumped his fist after being shot, he became an icon that is right now cooler than Ray-Ban sunglasses. Okay?
Well, definitely cooler than Jesus right now.
Right. I mean, really. And he is now an icon. Now, for whatever reason, and we don't know. I when I had that feeling, and you know what, it was just before that happened, that I said, don't let him, don't let him, don't let them succeed. Because I felt like down that timeline, very ominous. Okay, very, very, very bad timeline. That would have been a horrible timeline. Now, we don't even know why for sure. That might have been a horrible timeline. But I keep asking for the better timeline. So I did that, and we ended up with him just getting grazed, which is what I asked for. Just graze him instead of getting, because I didn't even trust him in the limo, and I didn't even trust him in the ambulance. I didn't trust him in a ER. I didn't trust him in the hospital. If anything happened to him. But the fact that he came up and pumped his fist and said, "I'm all right," means that they can't lie and say, "Oh, well, this happened." It's like, no, he was still up and moving around when we saw him last. So it's going to like give the lie if you were going to like do something to him on the way, right, in transit. But we don't know why. We don't know why, really, except that it could be that so many religious people were praying for him. We can do things. I can do things with my mind. I can do things with my intentions. We know that prayer works. It works. So yeah, I believe it. I'm sorry. I must say that I must disagree and say it worked. He had tons of people praying for him, and it worked. So this is not a surprise to me. I grew up. We went to a charismatic church. There was a faith healer there named Catherine Kuhlman. There were people that were getting healed, including my mother. So my mother got healed there. My dad got another thing happen when he couldn't find a job. He ended up with the best job of his life, working at a bank. So, which that was out of left field. Okay, so these things can happen. I'm not putting it to the side that they can't happen, because they can, and I've always known that. But we don't know the reason exactly why, you know. So I don't know.
Well,
That's my
let,
view.
let, let me present this to you, right? We saw what happened to him on the stage. We saw the ear, we saw the blood, all that. The official story goes that he went into that little uh, bus thing, whatever it was, armored car, and he was brought to the local hospital where he checked out okay, right? He walked out of there and he boarded a plane out of town that Saturday night. And then
Yeah.
the next time we saw him, I believe he made some tweets over this time. Two, three,
Yeah, he's
I,
tweeted that he's okay, and
well, I don't think he showed back up in public until Tuesday at the RNC convention, which is 3 days later.
no, he showed up that night.
Was
He
he at
was
the
at an event
UFC?
that very night. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: if your ear gets mangled, right? If you guys, especially according to what I saw, it looked like the top part of his ear was indeed like missing a chunk out of it. You have to get
Mhm.
plastic surgery to fix that kind of an injury. That's just not something that's just going to grow back like a cut on your finger. And they showed him Tuesday at the RNC. He's sitting there with this just weird white thing on his
Thank
ear.
you. Yeah.
And this is a billionaire who's anal about his appearance and this and that. In my opinion, in my opinion, if it's all legit, he would have been having plastic surgery to fix that ear injury. Because another thing I heard was that, oh, that's why it was so, they say it was so bloody, even though it wasn't that much blood. But they said you get an ear, it bleeds like a cut artery. That's
Well,
what they
anything
said.
anything on your head is usually pretty bloody, or your feet,
So they just
which
put a little
stinks
band-aid. They
because you
said
need
they,
your head and your feet to get away from things, right? But
I'm just
your
saying, I'm looking at this like a
head
normie.
is bloody.
I'm leaving all assumptions at the door, and I'm just looking at what they're telling me, what they're not telling me, and these are
Right.
the
Well, I
things that it
guess
gets.
he did go to something that night. He was seen that night with a band-aid on his ear.
Isn't that even more weird though? Somebody shot at your head.
Really?
I mean,
Really?
look, we are all, you know, brave in certain situations, but this guy's battling the deep state, right? This is the narrative we've been sold,
Bert, I
and
hate to
he's
tell
just
you
walking
that.
around. You know what I mean? He's just got Secret Service. With he let Biden. You know, I also heard that they tried to get rid of his Secret Service protection like a few weeks
They
back.
did. They did.
So if he knows that, why would he trust them to stand on a stage for this thing to happen? And then he thanks them in a tweet hours later. Oh, they did a great job. I'm sorry, bro. Uh-uh.
No, no, they
That's
did not do a great job. They did a shitty job.
I know. That's just where I'm at
Yeah,
with
the ear
it.
doesn't really have a lot of blood, but that's true. I don't know what to think of that actually.
I'm
But
just
all I
saying, you know.
saw of blood was just two streaks on his face. It wasn't like he was gushing or anything.
Right, it wasn't bleeding out.
No.
It's just very weird. This is very weird.
The guards were suspicious as hell. Yeah, they really were. They really were.
He got the perfect photo, which almost perfectly resembles the pose of the Iwo Jima famous photo, right? Which has also been debunked. That was a stage photo. You know, they got the statues like four soldiers like hoisting an American flag on a pole. I don't know. I'm just saying. These are the things that
That
pop up
is
in my
going to
mind.
be an iconic photo that's going to go down in history as an
Oh yeah,
iconic.
I'm sure it will. I'm
Absolutely.
sure it will.
Now, the woman being in front of him, which was a terrible choice, and basically nobody's standing in front of him. No, they weren't acting like any Secret Service I ever saw in my life. Crazy as
No.
crazy as hell. The whole
Uh-uh.
thing is crazy as hell. I have to say, it's crazy as hell. But is it something Trump would do? Absolutely. Is it something I would do? Yeah. You know why? That would guarantee that they couldn't off me on the way. If I let people know that I'm okay, they can't kill
Well,
me on the way.
I tell you what, though, if we were worried about a civil war before this, the stage is set right now that if something were to
They're
happen,
still trying to provoke it. Yeah, they're still trying to provoke it.
I mean,
They want a civil war. They want a reason to declare martial law and not have elections. That's what they want. Because they know as soon as he gets in the office, for so many things, and I don't mean people. I don't think he's going to go off and kill people. Okay, I don't believe it. Sorry. You know what? I don't have the Trump derangement syndrome. I'm just looking at it. Maybe when I looked into his, you know what I go by? I go by what I see. When he was coming, when he was on the um, against Biden, running against Biden. So I used to hate Trump. I used to absolutely freaking couldn't stand him when he was running against Hillary. But at some point, I realized Hillary was even worse. Okay. And I'm there like, okay. And I was in an argument though with one of my friends, and she was driving, and we were in a heated argument, and all of a sudden a deer almost ran out in front of the car, but stopped. And we stopped. And I'm there going, okay, that's the message. I'm Native American. I really put there's a lot in animal messages to me, especially the deer and me, because I have there's some things about that. But anyway, and we're there looking at each other like, okay, that meant something. Both of us felt that very, very strongly. That meant something. And so I looked at her and I said, you know what it is? It stops when we stop. It stops when we stop. When we stop fighting about it, that's when the bullshit ends. Okay, that's when they can't get us anymore. We can't. So let's stop fighting about it. And she agreed. And I'm there like, maybe that's it. We got to stop. The whole thing is to divide us. It's divisive. That's what it is. And you know, the more we divide on it, the worse it is. I mean, we are playing into their hands by being so divided. And people with this idea that it's okay to just shoot somebody that you don't agree with, that it's okay to just shoot an American president. He was one of our presidents. I'm insulted as hell. Okay, that you think that it's okay to just shoot one of our presidents, even if it was Joe, I would feel that way. I mean, I don't like Joe, but I would feel that way. You did what? You shot an American president, dude.
I get it. I get it. But we have already forgotten. I tell you what's not the conversation right now. Warp speed in 2020. And I'm offended by what they did to everybody and kids.
He didn't
I mean, we have not confronted the gravity of what we have been through the past 4 years. No matter who we are, we have all been. You know what I mean?
We've
So I
tried
get
to, but you know what? He has been wiggling out of it, and this is really Billy Bob Gates, Billy Bob Master Bates, and this is what's his name? Ouchie Fauci.
How are they still allowed to be just running around,
Yeah,
billionairing it up? Something ain't.
exactly.
I'm really, and I could tell you, like, well,
He
I don't get it.
doesn't
That's
know
going to
nothing about medicine. He was relying on other people for that. He doesn't know shit about that. You know, he was like, okay, well, we'll just let this guy. And that was really bad. But he didn't, he thought he could, he laughingly thought that just goes to show what kind of a judge of character he was, huh? Because they stabbed him right in the back as soon as they could. You know, as soon as they could possibly do it, they just stabbed him et tu, Brute, when Pence stabbed him. I mean, and he was surprised. He was like, why is everybody stabbing me? Well, because they're part of the swamp you're trying to kill. They expected him to be a good old boy. They expected him. He's a rich white man. We could do something with him. Yeah, we could work with this. Yeah, rich white man, we could work with this. After Hillary killeried herself by people finding out her corruption, that came out too early. That was supposed to come out later. Okay? As far as I could tell, all of the corruption stuff was supposed to come out later. And still, she's walking around, though, even now, right?
all of them. There's nobody that's been held to account for anything since 9/11. Nobody. And I know some people say, "Oh, the Guantanamo Bay and blah blah." I don't believe any of that. I ain't seen no evidence of nothing, no justice for any of this madness we've been living through for almost 25 years now, since Y2K even. You know what I mean?
Well, I really am kind of thinking, people said maybe we did in 2012. I mean, it's not completely off the table yet. Did we really all die in 2012? And this is the alternative reality that we found ourselves in.
Well,
No.
I have other moments that I could tell you the morning I woke up, 3/11, 2011, the morning that I woke up at like 4 in the morning, which I never do, and on my TV I saw images because I went to sleep with the TV on, and it was CNN, I believe, because I just turn the TV on and go to sleep. I woke up to see basically a big wall of water washing through. I just seen water at first, and I looked close, and I seen rooftops and houses. The Fukushima tsunami. That moment would have been one of those the moment for me that I woke up and I had died the night before and didn't realize, and I've been in crazy town ever since. So that was 2011. So this 2012 was pretty uneventful for me. It was a pretty good time for me, actually. I did quit watching TV in 2012. That's probably the biggest thing. But that 2011 would have been my moment for that. So
I haven't watched TV in, gosh, I don't know. I don't even know. It's been way over 20 years.
yeah,
So, and just I took a little break in there when I was watching one show that I liked, Andromeda. I liked that show. I like science fiction. And I watched that show. That was really the only thing I watched, though. And I didn't have TV for very long. I didn't like it. They offered it to me free, and I thought, oh, what the heck? Let's see what's on TV. And it was so abysmal that when the free trial was over, I just said, nah, forget it. I can do without it. So I did
yeah.
have a little break, and then I said, nah, you can have it back. Here, take it back. I don't want it. I don't need it. That's not worth paying anything for, not even a penny. You think the alternate, okay, Emmett thinks the alternate reality started in 1971. And
There
I'm
you go.
quoting, you never know. I graduated in 76.
I was
Spirit of
born in
76.
'76.
Why are you saying, is there a reason you're saying that, Emmett? I'd like to know. Um, let's see. Who collapsed in a parking lot? What? Oh yeah, Killary. Oh yeah, deep state or modern day. Yeah. Basically, we're supposed to be at civil war right now. That was the plan, I think.
I don't think
What?
they're as bumbling and fumbling and stupid as we're now collectively all in agreement of. It's kind of like the mainstream narrative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they're smarter than they
Ken
portray.
Ken Rotman, is that really? There's a new film that came out a few days before the Trump incident called The Bleeding of the Ear.
Read Revelations 13:6. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, read it. I mean, that's the Bible. That's what that's
Okay,
God's
hang on.
word.
I'm going to click away for a little while reading chat. I'm going to go look it up. What are we? Okay, hang on. I'll go find it. Okay, let me get, okay. REV 13:6.
Yes.
I'm going to read this. Okay. Okay. The beast has a loud mouth, boastful and blasphemous. It could do anything it wanted for 42 months. It yelled blasphemies against God, blasphemed his name, blasphemed the church, especially those already dwelling with God in heaven. It permitted to make war on God's holy people and conquer them, held absolute sway over all tribes and peoples, tongues and races, everyone on earth whose name was not written
No.
from
I
the
think
world's foundation, and the slaughtered lamb's book of life will worship the beast. And he opened his mouth and
okay.
blasphemed against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. And then in the New American Standard Bible, and he opened his mouth and
King
blasphemed against
James.
God.
I'm sorry. I should have told you that. King James version.
Yeah, the King James Version is, he opened his mouth and blasphemed against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. Okay,
Oh, well,
now,
that's not it. Let me research it. Because that's weird too, but I don't want to speak on that just yet. Revelation. It
Trump
might be.
happens to be a Christian, by the way.
I'm sorry. It might be 13:3. Let me check before you look, and I'll verify that.
Okay.
I've been looking at a lot of Bible verses lately, so I might be.
I certainly wouldn't look in the bastardized King James Version, though.
Well, the reason why I bring that up because here in Louisiana, Southern Baptist, that's the
Yeah,
Bible everybody around me.
I know. That's the one that they think is the Bible. It's missing most of its. Um, the closest to the original Bible would be the Ethiopian Bible, 13. Um, let's see if 13:3 is, what is that? I saw one of his heads, as it were, wounded to death, and his deadly
Yes,
wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the. You're not trying to say he's the beast,
I'm
are
just
you?
saying. I'm just saying.
I'm
And
not.
look,
That isn't where the beast is supposed to be coming from.
okay. Now do this. Type in Fred Trump Wikipedia.
Okay, wait a
That-
minute. What
It's
am I
gonna tell you.
typing? What am I typing?
Fred
Fred?
Trump. Yes, Fred. That's his dad. Fred Trump Wikipedia. And it's gonna give his. He's gonna give Fred Trump's full name. What does it say? Should be
Fred
right there.
Trump.
No.
Says
Look at
Fred
the
Trump.
like his middle name.
Was a real estate developer.
What's his middle name?
It's not telling me.
Okay, it's there.
Fred Christ.
Fred Christ Trump. And his mother's name. Guess what his mother's name is?
His mother's name.
Mary. I'm just saying. This is what they're telling us.
Okay, Fred Christ Trump.
I rest my case. That's all I'm gonna say, right?
Or am I right? This is a bad novel. This is a
Exactly.
bad one.
I told you.
It has to be, right? It had to be. It had to be. Fred, though. Fred. Yeah, Fred.
Christ. Oh, we'll make his middle name.
Yeah,
Fred. Oh, Christ. Give me a break, bro.
I'm sorry, but this is just. Okay, you're right. That's pretty fucking funny. I mean,
Right.
you got to be kidding me. Are you kidding me? Okay, and it was. Does she have a middle name too, or anything?
Is that woo enough? I don't know. I just know the Mary and Christ. I was like, all right, I've seen enough. I will tell you this.
Like, yeah, there you go.
I can't 100% verify this, but I have been told that Buzz Aldrin, right? went to the moon, walked on the moon. His mom's name, you're not going to guess what it is.
What?
It's got moon in her name.
Really?
Yes. Now, I haven't verified that. I'm just saying that's. I was like, I don't even need to look at that because.
Well, we're going to the Mandela effect now.
I don't know. I
Keep
mean,
having Mandela effects. I've been having Mandela effects ever since I
yeah,
died.
I have some. I have the one. I did a video about Isaiah 11:6. That's why I was getting it confused. Isaiah 11:6 about the lying with the lamb.
Uh-huh.
I have a video. I'm telling you, I've investigated it as an intellectual, not as a no woo about it. I have some serious questions. That is a Mandela effect, and I'm convinced something funny is going on here.
I think a lot of things that are funny are going on here.
Yeah.
A lot,
Yeah.
and I really think that we look at the huge amount of things that's been Mandela affected for everybody, but I'm looking at the things that are personal Mandela effects for me.
Right.
I have things that are personal Mandela effects. And this is not anything to, yeah. when this first started happening, I thought I was losing it. I was beginning to think I was losing it. Like, I'll give you an example. Okay, now this is personal Mandela effect, not
Okay.
because basically to me, I come from the universe where it was always magic mirror on the wall, although everybody said it wrong.
Right.
Because as a kid, I got in an argument with another kid about that. No, it's mirror, mirror, and no, it's magic mirror. I just saw it. My parents just took me to see it. It's magic mirror on the wall. I remember getting in an argument about that. I remember when they changed Jiffy's name to Jeff. Okay? They changed it because it sounded more modern. I remember that some of these things are very explainable.
Well, one of them, on the peanut butter.
I remember my mother sitting there and going, the Berenstain Bears, everybody knows it's Berenstain, in real time. Okay? When she saw it in the newspaper, it was, remember when we used to get newspapers and they'd give you the TV schedule? She saw it in the TV schedule that way. Berenstain. Oh, see, they got it wrong. Or whatever, Berenstain. I forget which way it was for her. I never paid attention. But she saw it in real time. She said it in real time. Okay? So I'm kind of different. But mine, when one of my first clues that I was not in the same place is when we were, let me see, one of the big ones. Everybody was different. My husband was different. My mother was different. My friends were different. They weren't the same people that I knew after my accident. They were similar, but slightly off. And I'm like, that's weird. Or is it me? And I thought maybe it was me. But no, they were doing things they would never do. And I'm like, some of them were just opposite, in fact. And I'm like, I swear I remembered that this person was, who are these people? And my mother, my own mother, shocked the living shit out of me. And then there was the time that we were supposed to go. I was with my friend, who, by the way, was a millionaire's son, and we were supposed to go. We were going on a trip, on the way back, we were playing around with time to try to get back on time to go to this Halloween party that we were invited to. We get back and we say, okay, so what time did you say the party was? And the person says, what party?
Huh.
The Halloween party. And she's like, I don't know. I don't know of any, I wasn't going to have any Halloween party. And we're like looking at each other. And then as we're looking at each other, and then he turns around and says, oh yeah, I guess I don't know who it was then that was having that. Like he just kind of let it go. And then I said, well, what about the hours difference? Because when we came back from that trip, there was an hour's difference between his computer, his clock on his car. I mean, we had time problems. We had time issues. The time was off, okay, when we came back. And his computer was on the same time that we were always on. But then when he got home, the clocks in his place were wrong. And he just passed that off too. And I'm like, well, isn't that weird? Do you think somebody just came in here and changed all your clocks? It isn't daylight savings time. What's going on? He says, I don't know. It's like he was just trying to cover it up because it was like too weird for him. It was too weird for him.
That's the first reaction people have, especially to the Mandela effect stuff, is they are going to deny whatever they think. You can get them to say a certain answer on a Mandela effect, and when you present them with what they say it is now, I've seen it in all of them. The same look, the same cognitive dissonance happens, and they immediately deny what they thought 5 seconds ago, and it's right into NPC mode. Very weird.
Wow. Yeah, NPC mode. And I mean, Ken is in here, by the way. Hi, Ken. And yeah, it's more Twilight Zone shit. Then there was more. There was more, though. That wasn't the end of it. I had been wishing on the way down to Columbus. I visited Columbus quite a lot because there were shows down there, and I was a vendor, and I had a friend down there. I had friends down there. And I'm going on the road to Columbus, and there was a place that I always got off every single time I went down to Columbus. It was a little truck stop to get gas. It was a good price for gas. It was about halfway through my journey in Lodi. So what it was always the same little place in Lodi with a great big sign that said Lodi. And it was a little Starvin' Marvin gas station, convenience store. And then just a little bit up the hill, just tiny bit, like a half a step up, just separate, was a diner, okay, with really good specials and stuff. So it was a great place to stop. It was a great truck stop type place. Truck stop. But it was just a little Starvin' Marvin, one of those places where you go in. And I had been intending, okay, I want cappuccinos to be served. And they had started serving cappuccinos at this little Starvin' Marvin place. And they're like, I did it. I manifested cappuccinos at Starvin' Marvin. But then I go there. I'm on my way down. I stop off. I go, and I can't believe my eyes. It's a Starvin' Marvin complex. And I'm like, wait a minute. What happened here? And it looked like somehow the two buildings had been kind of glued together. And there was a step up, the step between them that was And it was like that had been, there were steps going up now, a ramp actually going up that little tiny bit, and they were glued together. They were all one building. And I'm like, no. Okay. And I looked, I'm like, am I in the right stop? Did I get off at the wrong stop? No, this is the right stop. What the hell happened here? And I'm walking in like the Twilight Zone. I'm expecting Rod Serling to pop out at any moment. I'm walking in, I'm looking around, and they got this whole big freaking gift shop. It's no longer this little starving Marvin place. It's this whole freaking big gift shop along with the convenience store. And then you go up here this way and you go right into the diner, but it's not just a diner. No, it's a couple other things I wanted. It also has a shower now and a TV room that you can sit in while you're waiting, whatever. I'm like,
Right.
no, none of this existed ever. And I walk in and I go, hi, when did they build this place? I mean, it didn't even look like the same place. When did they build this place? And she said, oh, must have been about 7 years ago. And I'm like, what the hell? And that was one of the biggest ones. It was like, for me, that was okay, you are in a different place now, sweetheart. Somehow, the magic that I did blasted me into this whole other dimension where now Starvin' Marvin, that was just this little thing that all Starvin' Marvin what meant was you could get a hot dog and a cup of coffee and a drink and a fizzy drink, and some nachos. And that was it. That was it. But now it's a freaking complex that didn't even exist where I came from. There's no such thing as a Starvin' Marvin complex. Never heard of. Completely off the runners. Completely. And I'm like, okay. And I sat out in the car a long time trying to figure this out. Did I do this? But if I did, that means I can go somewhere else too. So I started playing with it. That year, I remember, well, here again, it was around Halloween, which must be and they call Halloween the hinges. Halloween, the spring and the fall equinox are the hinges of the year in magic. Okay, so, and it was right around there at first. That was when the things would happen. And I'm there going, okay, so I was in somewhere different. I talked to somebody about somebody's Halloween costume. I said that was a really great Poison Ivy costume. She didn't dress as Poison Ivy. She dressed as a Borg. Don't you remember? And it's like, she did? She looks so much like Uma Thurman. I'm like, she didn't dress as Poison Ivy. In my mind, I'm thinking, okay, wait a minute. What's going on here? That wasn't the end. There was like thing after thing after thing. And I'm going, there were buildings that weren't supposed to be there. And there were buildings that were gone. I was starting to get lost in places that I'd seen over and over again, that I'd driven over and over again, looking for familiar places that weren't there anymore. And I couldn't tell anybody because it sounded nuts. Okay? I knew. It sounded crazy. But it happened, dude. It happened. And I knew it was crazy sounding. It was crazy as hell. Like I said, I was still looking around. For years, I was looking for Rod Serling. It's still happening to me. These things are still happening to me. And I've gotten to where I can cover it now a lot better than I used to. I just kind of take it in stride a lot more and just like, oh, really? Oh, I must be mistaken about that then. No, my memory, you know. But no, there's times when I even wrote notes to myself about it, about something, and it's changed. There's passages in books that have changed. There's
Yeah.
people that have gone out of existence that never existed.
Oh, I'm on
That
board
have
with that one,
been
especially. Yeah.
Jerusalem.
I I'm right there. I have my own personal ones, and yeah, there's something going on here. I don't know what it is, but I know synchronicities. I have today, especially I was researching a bunch of stuff today related to Mandela, and this. I had some weird things happen today, and it's just another day because it happens a lot.
Hmm.
So,
These days, it's like it happens a lot of little things. Some of them are just little things. A lot of them are little, just tiny things, tiny weird things. But you know, if somebody tells me that we're in normal, this is
right.
why I kind of am leaning towards very strongly. I mean, I believe we're in a matrix. We got to be, because how the hell is this changing like this otherwise? I can understand it if we're in a matrix. I can't understand it if we're not. But if we're in a matrix, all you do is drop in different code and you're somewhere else. You're in something else. We're multidimensional beings and we're always going to different realities. Yes. Now, how I have heard it explained is that, yes, exactly, we're multidimensional beings, for one thing. And we can shift realities, and usually we don't even notice that we did it because it's similar enough that we don't notice the difference. And our mind has a tendency to do this weird fill in type of thing to make things normal, to
Right.
normalize things so we don't go completely nuts, right? But what if your filter gets blown? Okay, like mine, I think did. I think what happened to me was my filter in that accident got blown, somehow got broken, and it just got worse with time to where that filter is practically gone now. And now, you know, if that was a program, then that program might have gotten damaged. And now I'm seeing all of the discrepancies. What if it got damaged for all of us? What if that's part of the Great Awakening? Is that has been part of our trap. That's been part of our cage. But our cage is coming open. The door is opening. And what if that's part of it? Is that we're now seeing the reality, and our brains are no longer able to fill in the gaps because they're too different. You know, I mean, wouldn't that be a great way to enslave people, to put people in prison without physically putting them in prison, is to make them believe that, to make them believe a whole lot of things that just aren't true. I mean, you know, which is what they're doing right now. I mean, we're constantly being told stuff that isn't true, and they just repeat it until people believe it. You know, they just repeat the same lies, and we know it's a lie, but they just repeat it
Or
over and over and over and over.
yeah, or as one of the famous Nazi, bigwigs has a quote that says, um, "You make the lie big enough, and basically people have no choice but to believe it." That's another
Yeah.
concept of that. Yeah.
Yeah, because their friends are going to keep them in line. That's another thing.
It's like thought egregores, right? It's like if enough people believe something's real and it exists in enough people's minds as real, it's real enough. It becomes real on its own. It's almost like Santa Claus, right? Look at the phenomena behind Santa Claus. It's totally fake.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
But everybody's in on it.
yep. I believed
Weird.
in Santa Claus at one point. You know what I mean? I was like, okay.
That's another one Chloe came up with. That's another one. We used to be in the Sagittarius arm of our galaxy. Supposedly, that's what we were told. Except now we're not anymore.
Yeah, now
Now
it's
we're
what, Orion? Orion, I think.
Orion. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
This is not where we were. Okay. We were told, or we were lied to the first time. Or maybe we're being lied to both times. We don't even know. They could
Well,
both be wrong.
let me ask you this. What do you think about the concept of jinn, like genie, jinns? But, I guess the actual mythological concept of the jinn. You
The
know that,
actual mythological concept of the jinn, they're another species.
and the jinn is a big part of, um, like it's all in the Quran. It's about, it's a big aspect of the
Yeah,
Muslim.
they're basically their version of a demon.
Okay, well, I was looking for this yesterday, trying to find it on Google search. I have seen it before, and I think I have a screenshot saved that I have to go dig up because I couldn't find it again yesterday because I was trying to explain the Mandela effect thing. But I read a verse. This was through Google search, but this was weeks ago about the jinn, and apparent what I read appeared to be a verse in the Quran that said that basically people who are reading the Quran or whatever, that it is important for them to memorize the verses because the jinn have the power to manipulate the matter of this physical world. Okay?
Yeah,
That sounds exactly like these Bible verse changes, Mandela effect.
yeah, like the lion laying down with the wolf. What?
Yes. Yes. I'm just saying that's
Or the lamb laying down with the wolf. Sorry, that one's yet to come up. The wolf laying down with the lion is another
yeah.
one that's on the way, right? Or something. But it's like, okay, all I know is the one that is the closest to the original is supposedly the Ethiopian Bible, and it has books of the Bible that we don't have in KJV, including Enoch and the Jubilees. So at one time, those were part of the Bible. So, and the Bible's translations. It's
Yes.
like the Bible. I'm sorry, there is still but you know what? It's miraculous that there's truth still left in it. As much as it's been through, there's still truth in there. However, do you realize that the conditions for everything in the Revelation, all of that stuff was pretty much fulfilled a long time ago
Yeah.
by the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is the evil empire. They even changed the time. They changed the dates. I'm sorry. If you're Catholic, I'm sorry. But it's not you. But your religion was started by some very evil people who were bent on controlling the world. I'm sorry. I don't have anything against you, but take a look at what they did to people. They tortured the Albigensians to death, all of them. And the Albigensians were Bible believing Christians, another branch of Christianity, but that would not fall to they wouldn't agree with the Catholic Church. They tortured them all to death.
Can
And
I?
I'm sorry, that's not what the good guys do, okay? You know, me and you, we could disagree and we're friends. And
Oh yeah.
okay, well, we disagree then. You know, you see it your way, I see it mine. No, they had to make everybody believe it their way for some reason. That's basically Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine
Well,
stuff,
let me
right?
add something if you don't mind, real quick. You've heard you're from Ohio, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Trump's
Van.
VP pick, J.D. Vance.
Hmm.
He's a senator or something from Ohio. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
First question I got is he's not in the district of East Palestine, that train accident,
I
right?
don't
Is he?
know. I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that. I
That's one
didn't
question,
really know. I've heard of him. Didn't know much
right?
about him until I started looking him up though, because I'm
Okay.
like, wait a minute.
Right.
Okay. And I'm hearing a lot of things about him. He came from, you know what? Honestly, because what I would say beforehand, before really knowing very much about him, I'd say he picked somebody from Ohio. I know what people are like in Ohio.
Right.
I'd be very, very careful. That's not necessarily an endorsement to be from Ohio.
Well, let me throw this
So
in there.
it's not that Ohio is a terrible state. It's just that there's a lot of fucked up stuff going on in Ohio, okay?
Yeah.
Ohio is
That's where they
one of the worst
arrested
states in the union.
that's where Ghislaine Maxwell fled off to some big mansion in somewhere in Ohio where that's where she before they finally picked her up, she fled to a house there. Some big rich
Jeffrey
mansion.
Dahmer has relatives around here. Somebody that worked for my company, he wouldn't say who it was, but he said there was a news story coming up and he knew that he was going to be questioned if he stuck around. He was leaving Ohio,
Really?
and yeah, and it had to do with, and yeah, and he was leaving Ohio. And the next thing we know is the whole Jeff Dahmer thing came up. Yeah, Jeff Dahmer had spent some time in Ohio.
Hmm.
And I know a spot in Ohio. There are spots in Ohio. And one of them that traumatized me, I couldn't drive through it, being sensitive, being psychic and sensitive. It traumatized me every time I drove through there. I couldn't even drive through there because there was such a feeling there. It was just, and something happened to me driving through there too. I had a very weird experience driving through there, and I've talked about it on the show too. But driving through this area, and I to the point where if I was coming from any direction, I was so afraid of the area. I had such a terror that I knew, and if I was in somebody's car and they were going to be driving through there, I'd beg them to turn around and go around that area because I was terrified. I'd be white knuckling it. And I didn't know why. I couldn't remember at first. I could only remember vague parts of this cloud being across the road and lights, and it looked like lights over the river. And I think I had some kind of run in with some kind of ship, maybe. I don't know. I mean, what I saw was okay, very weird. I thought it was some kind of water tower. I thought it was part of the recycling plant. Because that's down by the recycling plant. At River Road. I I thought I didn't know what the mist was that went in front of me. It was going across the road. I'm there like, maybe I should turn around. I can't hardly see through that. And all I could see was these blurry lights. And I saw this thing like way up high. And I thought, well, it's one of those things up on stilts. It's maybe some kind of tower, maybe some kind of thing. No, I think that was a ship. I think I had something happen there. But I was terrified of that place. And all I could remember was a few blurry memories, like what I just told you there. But when I came home from that, I had missing time. It was something like 2 in the morning. I had been to a class that started at like 7 or something and let out at 9. And I didn't come home until like 2 in the morning. And my husband wondered where the hell I was.
1, 2, 3, 4 on my clock right now. By the way, I
I
just
couldn't
switched.
tell him. I couldn't tell him where I was. I just said, "Oh, I was driving around." I got sidetracked somehow. I don't know. I guess I was, and I said, I don't know. I guess I was space cased on the way home, and maybe I was half still in a trance because it was a spiritual thing that I went to. Maybe I was half still in a trance. Maybe I just tranced out and I ended up somewhere else. And he's just looking at me like, "Where you been, woman?" And it caused some problems between us because I couldn't explain myself. So I'm like, okay, is this another one of those fucked up things that happens to me? Because, is it like the building that wasn't ever there before? Can I even talk about this? I tried to talk about this and people got mad at me for talking about it. And still feel really weird talking about it. But yeah, I've had that sort of shit happen to me. And there's just so much of it. It just goes on and on.
Let me throw this in on the JD Vance thing while it's
Sure.
on.
I'm sorry, we were talking about JD Vance. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. I just found that you explained some stuff that ties into it, but when I searched him up, when I first heard his name, I looked it up. There was when you go to Google, they have they'll give you like people also ask, and there's like just regular questions you can click on. One of them is what is his religious affiliation, and he says that he grew up Christian, then he had a period of being an atheist. He went to Ohio State University and apparently converted to Catholicism. He also apparently is a graduate of Yale Law School, which Yale is the home of Skull and Bones. And we know that the Jesuits is tied into the
Well,
Catholic.
not only that, but he is the progeny, apparently, of a broken home.
Right, that's what everybody said. Oh, he's got an inspiring life story. I'm sorry.
Had 7 guns. His grandma had 7-gun mama. And yeah, there's a lot about that kid. You know what? Oh my God.
Well, he was at the
I'm
RNC
on
convention.
the fence about him, okay? I'm on the fence about him. What if he's one of those
very
double
pro-Israel?
people? What if he's one of those dual souls?
He is a snake. You know what he reminds me of? He's resembling a lot so far of a white Republican Obama. That's the vibes I got from looking at his background, watching him speak, the way everybody's treating him.
Oh my God, guys, we gotta switch this out. Guys, we gotta swap something out about this scenario. I'm seeing something I don't want to. I now
Yeah,
that we're on it, I'm seeing some shit.
yeah,
Okay, we got
and
shit coming up, and it's
yeah,
after Trump. It's post Trump. They're gonna want to elect him or something if something happens to Trump at the end.
yeah.
God,
I
it's not
found it.
Trump. It's his running mate. Fuck. We're oh okay okay
Yeah, I
guys.
had the same feeling the other day. I'm telling you, D, the shit stinks. I found another Bible verse, and I'm telling you, this Jewish thing. Look, I'm not. I don't
Trump,
care
I
that.
don't think there's anything that bad about Trump. He's just Trump. He's really, you know what? He's actually a lot like me. If he's one of these guys that he has had a lot of shit thrown on him. And when I had that, it was just like, oh, so somebody shot at me and tried to kill me. Okay, it must be Thursday. You know, I was getting like that. I was getting to where I didn't look when I crossed the street because why bother? You know, if I died, I died. That would be cool. If I ended up in the hospital, it'd give me a chance to rest up a little, maybe at one point. Okay. But on another note, I also was, I can be very tough. I mean, when my mother almost cut my finger off with a cat food can lid, I ended up rinsing it out with hydrogen peroxide and wrapping it with duct tape. You know, I mean, um, being having that kind of uh, a spirit there, you know, that happens when you go through a lot of trauma. But what if he is okay? Trump. So Trump doesn't bother me. I'm sorry. I don't. I don't have a trace of TDS. I don't
No,
feel that
I don't
he's a
either.
good
I
guy
mean,
or a bad guy. I don't feel he's a good guy or a bad. I mean, I alternately. I mean, he's not that bad. He's not as bad as everybody says. I'm sorry. He's just not. Okay. He's not that bad. He's a businessman. He's acting like he acts like a businessman. He acts like an entertainer. He is an entertainer. He is a performer. That's what he is. I mean, why do we want him to act different than that? That's what he is. You know, some people like it. He talks to people in ways they understand. A lot of them F bomb. Okay, a lot of the common man F bombs. A lot of them, you know, if you understand what blue collar people are like, they're accepting him as one of them because he doesn't bullshit around like a lot of rich white guys who are in politics do. Okay, they pussyfoot around, and he doesn't. That's why they like him. That's why they go, because that's like your CEO, that you can understand him. Okay. You can relate to that.
I
That's
get
why.
it. I get it.
But is he perfect? Hell no. Not, but he might be the right guy to get the job done as far as a bull in a china shop. I think he's going to rip up a lot of shit. Okay. I think a lot of shit's going to hit the fan and it needs to. But now that I'm thinking about this running mate thing, it reminds me shit. Yeah, we're in some shit, guys.
Yeah,
We're
look,
in
this is what
shit.
disturbed me about this pick because what when I first heard about it, I looked it up. Somebody speaking for the Trump, it was stated that the reason why Trump picked this guy is because it was important to him to have somebody loyal around him, which fits it fits the storyline. You know,
Of course, he's
Pence,
been fucked over and over and over.
right? Okay, well, he wanted somebody loyal. This JD Vance, he was previously like 3, 4, 5 years ago. He or whenever, maybe even 26. He was a never Trump guy. He said he hated Trump.
Right, right. Hey, James Ortiz. Yeah.
That's I'm sorry. This is
Ohio is a blue state.
yeah. I'm not. I'm sorry. I mean, look, I'm glad Trump
Convinced.
didn't
I'm
get
not
killed. Trust
convinced
me.
that he's
I
no.
have no emotional tie to Trump. He's very entertaining. I get it. I have no problem with him on that level. But I'm just saying, 2020, I saw some very dumb moves, and I don't feel comfortable with. I mean, if he's gone, you see what we're getting next. That dude, it's lined up. That's what I'm worried. I'm not worried about Trump. I'm worried
I
about
know, you're right.
another 4 years, even. Like once this next 4 years is up, what then? I'm looking ahead. I'm going. We might have 4 years left if we're lucky.
We agree on that.
So I'm just
We
saying,
agree
man.
on that. And you know what? A long time ago, and I mean this was a long time ago. I remember I would sometimes I would get drunk and I would start to say things and they would be prophetic. Sometimes I'd be out having fun and partying and I would get a bit drunk and I would start and that's also when I would start to see literally the spirits would help me see the spirits and I had so many very vivid things happen to me and I turned out to be right too. I mean, a few people I'd tell them who their spirits were that were hanging around with them. I would do things like that, but then they'd ask me, what about this, what about that, and I was right in my predictions, but I couldn't. But it would happen when I'd be a little tipsy, when I'd be just a little, I would loosen my grip just enough to actually say what was on my mind because I was afraid half the time to say what to say because of the reaction I'd get from people, right? But
Right.
somehow when you're drunk, you're allowed to do it, right? So, they don't take you too seriously, except when I ended up being right all the time. One of the things that I did say, and I called it right about the presidents and who was going to win and who was not good. And I said, and then there'll be a point at which we don't have a president for a while. And it looks like, okay, there's one. And then they said, are we ever going to have a black president? And I said, yeah. I said, we already had one, but we're going to have another. And the one that we had was Abe Lincoln, by the way. And yeah, we're going to have another. And they said, what about a woman? And I said, we might have a woman, but it's very kind of iffy. It's very iffy. It's like it is a big possibility. Okay. And, but we'll have a black man first before we have a woman because that's the pattern. And I was seeing it as a pattern because black men got to vote before any woman. And I said somehow they're following that pattern. So now, we almost had Hillary, but we didn't. That got thrown out. Now
Right.
we've got Kamala, but she's a kind of an iffy character, right?
Yep.
She's not really going to be elected as the president. If she's president, she's going to be there because something happened to Biden. It's not the same
Right.
thing. But then the part where we don't have a president might be after Trump, then that may be, yeah, the last Trump. What if?
Yep. Look, there's a video apparently from the 80s. I believe it's Gerald Ford. I could be wrong on that. But there's a video of one of these politicians from back then, the 80s, where he's getting a question from a schoolgirl. And she asked this guy, I believe it's Gerald Ford. I could be wrong. But she asked him, will we ever have a woman president? And you know what he said? He said, he said, we will, but she won't be elected. It's more likely we'll have a woman president who fills in because the real president, basically this vice president
That's
Kamala
what I
Harris.
said when they elected Joe. I said they'll get him
Yep.
off the stage and she'll be president because they want a woman president at some point. They want to have that in their belt, right?
Well, we got 4 months until November, so it's still an open possibility.
Hmm. Well, they're getting ready to yank him. I feel very strongly. They've been getting ready to yank him.
Yeah.
That's why they've been letting him fall. They've been letting him screw up. Okay, is because they're getting ready to yank him. He's a broken doll now. He's no good anymore. And they're letting him take himself out. And watch Washington. Another thing that I said, Washington's going to eat itself. And they are. They're going to throw everybody under the bus. They're going to throw each other under the bus.
That would
And
be
they
the best thing that could happen for us is to get rid of that whole. It's not even a state.
Washington is going to throw each other under the bus. I'm telling you, they can't last. They can't hang. They can't. And the worst part is they're going to take, the thing is, are they going to take, whoa, this thing is moving around. And are they going to take half of America with them? You know, when they blow themselves to bits. I mean, they're not going to literally blow themselves. Please don't take it that way with a bomb or something. I don't think that's what's going to happen. But are we going to have such social unrest because of what they're going to stir up? You know, they really want us to have a civil war. They really want it. I'm convinced of that. That would be just fine. That would be perfect. And also our enemies would love that. They're already looking. I can hear them salivate in the background going, won't be long now, won't be long now. And they got to act before Trump gets in. If he gets in, then he's gonna change things. Things will
Well,
change.
okay, we know where we're at today. We know what happened over the weekend. We know how the country feels right now in general. We know what the narrative is, right?
We know what the narratives.
Right.
Well, they're also
What?
trying to say that it was a false flag and it never happened and it was all actors.
Okay, well, regardless of all that, right? What
Mhm.
if in November they tell us that Joe Biden got more votes or whoever the Democrat, what if they tell us in November that Trump lost again? Do you think that's going to go very well? We're set up for that scenario too,
No,
for them to
I
steal
know,
the election again.
I
And
know.
I just think after
I'm
what just happened,
expecting
that's
any
not going to be
damn. I'm
good.
ready for it. I'm like, they could do any damn thing now.
Yeah,
Any damn really crazy thing. But one thing I will tell you, no plan that they have anymore, and I can tell you this for a fact, no plan that they have these days will work out the way that they want it to. It will always go awry. It'll always go sideways somehow. So, I can guarantee that. At least in the reality I'm in, that's what I've been told. That's what my I've been getting that message for a while. There is nothing that they will have planned that will ever quite go. It, it'll start. It'll they'll push it. They keep pushing the button. It works half-assed. It never works the way they think, or it'll work backwards, or it'll backfire. And a lot of the shit's backfired. I think COVID backfired a lot. COVID backfired seriously on them. That woke more people up. They do this whole bit where they're trying to try Trump, you know, they're using lawfare on Trump. It makes him more popular. I mean, everything that they're doing is coming out backwards. Everything that they're doing is sliding off the edge and going sideways on them. Okay? So it's not going to work. Whatever the plan that they got is, it's not going to work. So we don't have to worry. But what do we want it to be like? What do we want the future to be like? What are we going to manifest? That's up to us. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I'd quit calling Trump Hitler. He is not Hitler. He is not the Antichrist, and he is not Hitler. I'm sorry. He can't be the Antichrist. The Antichrist came from somewhere else. Actually, in my opinion, we already had the Antichrist. Because the Antichrist, and who knows, it may be cyclical. Maybe it's fixing to happen again. I don't know. In which case, the Antichrist would be AI, because it ain't people. It's anti-people. It's anti-Christ. We are God having a human experience. So what would the Antichrist be? But yeah, what the false gospel will be preached to every corner of the earth, right? And that was Catholicism. What they sent out people to make sure it was.
I think all of them are false.
Yeah, and now actually all of them have been. Now I think probably everybody's heard of Muslims. Everybody's heard of Buddhists. Everybody's heard of uh, Wicca. Everybody's heard of everything right now. And now they're trying to roll out the law of one, which is not bad, but I think that there is some kind of, to tell you the truth, in the law of one book, it sounds like AI.
I'll tell you
There's
one thing.
probably a real law of one, and then there's the fake law of one. Because that's the way it usually goes. There's usually a real one and a fake one, and you've got to use discernment to figure it out.
Well, I will say this: if this script keeps playing out before we all kind of realize, I think, what's going on for real, I think the one world government they talk about, like I get the Catholicism angle is definitely a strong possibility because they're very quiet too.
Catholic
But
means the world.
if there's
Catholic
one,
means the world.
well, there's
Catholic
one,
means it.
well, there's one group that says they are the ones that are chosen, and they believe that this world has to fall a certain way, and everybody must recognize their Messiah, and they have penalties of death for anybody who denies that, to put it very vaguely. And I can tell you, the 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 laws behind that have been implemented, and they're in our U.S. law books since 1989, and for years after, they've been continually updated and added to. Noahide laws. I don't know if you know about that, but they are in it. They are in our law book. And that
Yes.
is, when I'm looking at who's the Trojan horse and for what reason, that's the one thing that keeps popping up for me. And it has to do with that country over there that has a lot of influence on our politicians. And this
Yeah.
JD Vance said America loves them. As a Christian child who went atheist and converted to Catholicism recently, he also loves them, just like DeSantis and the rest of these fools. It sure
Yeah.
seems like that script is what's on their mind. That's
We gotta do something about this, folks. Though we gotta really, you know what? Though
mass
honestly,
third eye awakening. Everybody, revelations means what? The revealing.
everything is happening so that we wake the fuck up. Okay.
Yeah, that's the positive outcome here.
Well, my friend, go Chiefs. We were gonna do karaoke, but we had people that was gonna do karaoke were troll. We had some troll action.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
So we decided to take a detour and do this, which is fine because Indy and I get along really well up here. He's a good little he's a good little co Anchor. No, I'm kidding. I'm trying to tease you. I hope you take it that way.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I got thick skin, as they say.
He's a good little toy. You know, I respect you. I really do. I'm just very, I try to be humorous because honestly, it's so freaking, uh, so many people that are spiritual are so serious.
Oh, I know. I've lost my best friend of
Yeah.
20 years to one of those religious groups, and it's
Yeah. And they're fucking serious. I mean,
yeah.
it's not human. It's just not human. I'm like, yeah, come on, folks. We got to laugh about this. And really, the Heyoka was a very important part of the tribe. You know, they brought humor into the situation, and that was actually in king's courts too. They had the person who was funny because you need to keep a sense of humor. You need to.
Well, I will. I can attest. Like I left my normie life. I left my full time job that I was working in 2009. I officially left, but 2007 and 2008, I found two things that changed everything for me. One of them was the very base level Buddhism, which is basically kind of just like it's a psychology. It's like a cognitive kind of psychology. The other was comedy and humor, like stand up. I got into stand up
Mhm.
comedians, and those two
I wasn't
things,
really good at I was too good at psychology class. I was really too good. I didn't have to study.
yeah. But that's what my degree's in. I was all the way in the grad school level, and I shouldn't have been there. And the universe made moves to put me there,
The
and I learned
universe
some very
moves.
important things along that way. Especially when 2020 hit, I was prepared, and psychology had a lot to do with that.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah. My parents, see, I would have even maybe gone into that, but my parents didn't want me to because I think they were afraid that then I'd spend some time figuring out what the fuck was wrong with them.
Yeah, they do that. People do that. And when I say it, they don't want to talk to me much. Hmm.
You know, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, but you know, that really appealed to me. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with some people? I'd love to know.
Well, I tell
Um,
you this:
what
if
the
you
fuck
go
is
to
wrong with me? In fact, you know, that's the
well,
other thing. What the hell's wrong with me? In fact,
I had the same attitude. I went in there expecting them to present something to me, then I'd say, "Oh shit, well there's where I fit in." But you know what I found out?
mm,
I found out what's I don't want to say what's wrong, but what's bugging a lot of other people around me, and I
mm,
figured out I'm one of the healthiest people I know.
I
You know what I
know.
mean?
I'm one of the
It's
sanest people I know.
yeah.
It's really scary.
Well, I will say this: the root of most mental illness is from
I got
emotional
like this looking at
repression.
you like, what? Yeah. What? I'm sorry. Say it again. I'm sorry.
Oh,
To be cowboy
uh,
cup.
the, my hypothesis from all my training, all my experience in psychology, the root cause of our mental illness crisis in this country is from, well, the
Being
environment.
gaslighted continually? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's all good. The environment that we live in, and we have to maladapt to this uh, unhealthy, unnatural environment. But it's emotional repression and denial is a big form of it. When we don't
Oh
look
yeah,
at
yeah,
reality,
yeah, yeah. I gotta agree. I gotta
yeah,
agree. And
that's it.
most people have. This is something I learned from one of my teachers, Lola Jones, is a real big proponent of this, and so is Rika Zimmerman. That I learned some techniques from. But both of them are of the opinion that one of the biggest problems we have is that people in general have is feelings of worthlessness, unworthiness, that kind of thing. Worthlessness, unworthiness, and that something is wrong with them.
Well, look
And
at the
everybody
environment.
sort of secretly thinks that.
That's what them. That's what our society, our culture. That's kind of what it subliminally is telling all of us. You're only
Yeah,
worth
most of
eight
us
dollars an
under the
hour.
surface think that there's something wrong with us
Yep.
and we are not worthy. And you know what? That's funny because that's part of the Catholic Mass. We're
Right.
not
Yeah.
worthy.
Uh,
How
Freaking the
many
Amazing
thousands of
Grace
years?
song. What does it say? Oh, God loves a wretch like me, and all this kind of
Hmm.
self-defeating, flogging yourself. You know, it's it's weird.
And if somebody is a heretic, you're allowed to do anything to them. If
Yeah.
somebody's on the other side, you're allowed to do anything. You're allowed to beat
Yeah.
them, torture them, kill them.
And you know, we're all comfortable with saying that the Muslims are the ones that believe that. That's what makes them, so such a threat and so different. But Christians and the Jews and no, it's in all of them. It's in all of it.
Yeah.
All of them have that aspect.
And
Slay your enemies.
I think you are correct, Mary, when you said that we are able to change things with our love and our intentions. I believe that is true because I have changed many things in my own life and helped other people change things in their lives too. That way, exactly with that. And what Woo Riders is saying is what I'm trying to say is get out in nature, go to the woods, go for a hike, get fresh air, be one with nature. It'll heal just about anything, definitely your spirits. And that is also true. Yes, I'll go with that. And
Adopt an animal if you can. They do wonders for you.
yes, and get yourself an animal. Absolutely. And Mary says I'd be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if not, if she didn't go tend to her garden all the time, get into the soil. I believe it. You know what, and that's funny thing too is people are really divorced from getting out and going into the soil and actually there are literally bacteria in the soil that make you happy. Did you know? It's funny. There is bacteria in the earth, in soil, in the living soil that raise your mood. So I'm like, well, shit. We don't seem to know that. Why aren't we using that more, huh? But it has to be living soil. It can't be this stuff that they've um, can't be the stuff that they've sterilized because you'll kill those little bacteria. And what are they doing? I mean, they're killing the soil. So, they're killing the soil with all kinds of pesticides and Roundup and everything. So they're killing all of our healthy bacteria, everything that kept us from falling down a hole, basically. So, another thing I heard is when they took bells out, they took they for a while they took somehow the older buildings had things in them that kept people's spirits up. They started destroying those buildings. One of them was for adjustments was the old-fashioned pipe organs. The pipe organs were tuned in such a way they were tuned to the old tuning, not the new. And I'm pretty sure you know that music was retuned, it was reset. That modern music is not the same frequency as older music. So,
Yeah.
you know about, the hertz is different. But
Yeah.
and I forget what it is. I
I'm
forget
10
what
to 432 on my stuff. All my keyboards are 432.
432. Yeah. Mhm. So basically, we know that, and we know that that has been part of it. I mean, because if we are frequency beings, if we're mostly vibration and frequency, that'd be a great way, you know, weaponize music, weaponize the sounds around us. There are sounds that we can't hear because it's out of our frequency. That doesn't mean it's not happening. They proved this. There's a place in London, England, where people get sick. Will get sick and get dizzy, and they don't know why. Well, that when they go underground and found out um, when they tested with a machine, the machine was reading that it was so loud that there was a sound that was so loud down there it would be deafening if we could hear it. But we can't hear it, it's out of our range. It wasn't out of the machine's range. But that doesn't mean it's not affecting us. There could be
Yeah.
sounds around us that are affecting us that we can't even hear.
Yeah, I think the Schumann resonance, right? You're familiar with that, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, that's somewhere supposedly I think around like 8 hertz, 8 to 12 hertz, very low. And our ears apparently only um, can hear between, well, on the low end, 20 hertz is the minimum. So if the Schumann resonance is the sound of the earth, basically, yeah, we wouldn't hear
The
it, but
heartbeat of the earth, and it's from lightning striking the earth, actually. Yeah.
yeah.
Which has been raising because lightning has been striking more. Should tell you something.
And did you mention when you were talking about the buildings, did you say bells?
Bell, yeah, that there is such a thing as the bells that they used to have.
Right. Well,
Used to be
I
seen
can
in
confirm that.
situations if you too, but no, they took those down too. They took
Yeah,
those
like
away too.
in the drum world, the most expensive drum, it's mostly snare drums, but what they call specifically bell brass, and it was made from the same brass that they used in all the old school bells, but they don't use them anymore. Now, when you get brass, it like the difference between the regular brass snare drum, which
Yeah.
you might pay $1,000, 1,500 on the top end for regular brass snares. For a bell brass, you're talking like $8,000 to $10,000. That's how much of a difference in the bell brass versus, and they do make the bell brass from actual same brass that they were using to make those bells with that they don't make anymore.
So
Like,
possibly the resonance, even the resonance of the metal,
yeah,
would be very different.
yeah, like the most expensive one is like the rock bands of the 80s and 90s. The bell brass is the snare drum that they all like. Most of the recordings you hear, if the drums sound good, chances are they're using a bell brass. It was like having a classic Stratocaster or Gibson guitar. Like there's something special about it, and yeah, enough to where they're worth $8,000 to $10,000 now instead of 15. Like I got a regular brass. It's not the bell brass, and
Somebody get rid of Ren. Well, will my one of my wrenches get rid of Ren? Thank
oh
you.
Lord.
Thank you. You my mods are brilliant. I love you. Thank you. So anyway,
Yeah, it's all good.
so I love you. I love my mods. They're wonderful. Anyway, wow. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. It's like, now I know that my voice is supposed to be able to do things. When I lost my voice and it came back, it did some very weird things. I mean, I went through a period where I sounded like you know, whoever was it, Daryl Hannah in Splash. Yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, I remember now.
and I went through a period where it sounded like the throat singing, and I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on with my voice when I was getting it back. I was going through all these stages, and I was told that I was singing for God, so that there would be some kind of resonance in my voice. There would be something about my singing that would be healing. And actually, I do have a very strong voice. Now I'm having trouble with my throat chakra. So maybe it's going through another metamorphosis. I don't know. But tone is very important. And I always had this weird feeling ever since then. I'm going to be doing something really unusual with my voice, that it's actually going to literally move things or do things. And now I find out that probably the way that they were moving things was chanting, was actually with frequency, with tone, with I'm like that the monks were demonstrating how they were moving things. It was basically they were hopping it along with the frequency, with the waves created by the frequencies that they were chanting. So I'm like, okay, so my voice is going to be doing something very unusual. We'll find out what it really is. I don't even know what exactly it's going to be, but I know that it's been different ever since I had that episode where it went away for a while. So they were installing an upgrade, I guess. Maybe they're installing another upgrade. I don't know. But in any event, what we're listening to is definitely going to make a difference. And what the tones are around us. I just wish I had a way to check and see what sounds really are around us that we could be missing. How would we do that? Do you know? Is there any way to do that?
The only thing that came to mind when you said that was what do they call? They got those devices where those like ghost hunters. What is that? EVP or something? Where they go and they say that they're capturing like ghost sounds and voices with this little. They got a machine. I think it might be an EVP. I think that's what it's called. Electro voice, something like that. That's the only thing that comes to mind. A way of picking up sounds that are not audible. Well, if you're familiar, you've all seen those videos where they take like a metal plate and they put some sand on it and they play tones at certain frequencies and it makes these geometric patterns. The cymatics, I think is what it's called. You've seen that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that might something like that, something that would react to vibrations that you can't hear. Maybe that would be another because because even if you recorded a sound that you can't audibly hear with your ear, you would still have to reproduce it in some sort of frequency range that you
I
could
just,
hear.
right. Hang on. I just put them in timeout for a whole bunch of time for 24 hours.
I can't even
Code
see that.
Chiefs, we're not singing right now. We changed. We changed. If you're waiting for that, we're not going to do it. Yeah, for 86K seconds. Uh, mm,
It's a weird thing. You would think. I mean, that might be fun if you're in a channel and you got like 100 people watching or something. Like, we're just chilling, dude. Like, what do you really? It just makes you wonder. Like,
I don't know what the hell is wrong with this guy.
yeah. I
I don't
gotta
know.
mute up for a second. I need to brush my teeth real quick, so I'm gonna be on mute. But I'm right here.
Okay.
Okay.
What the hell is wrong with people? Really effed up, man. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, what the fuck is going on with people that they've got that much time on their hands? They have got that much time on their hands. You know what my mom would do? She'd say, I give you something to do. You complain that if you started acting bored, my mother would give you something to do. No, that's why you're all blue, so you can block him. Let's all block him. Yeah, that's good. So we can't even tell he's around. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Just block him. So he doesn't exist anymore. You don't exist. Hey, if you're there, you don't exist anymore. You just went out of our reality. Okay, I just hit him. He's gone.
Yeah, you know, that whole behavior, that whole thing, this whole trolling phenomenon, this is all like old. It's so, I I think I think it's this 4chan phenomenon. I'm sure we've all heard of that. And
Mhm.
I really, people that are just doing this kind of thing, I mean, it's so hacky and lame. It's like, dude, all that shit was funny like 20 years ago on the internet. Like, what are y'all doing, dude? If there's something not organized about it for some other, just general chaos kind of energy lution kind of reason, it's not clever, it's not funny, you're not original, you're just being a freaking hack. And that's who wants to I don't know. I've had
I
my
don't
day.
know. It's like I
Yeah.
said, it's a waste of skin. What the hell? It's a waste of flesh, really. What are you doing with your life? It's a waste of life. If they want
Yeah,
to
well,
waste their lives, that's their business. But
if the whole karma thing and manifesting and the energy you put out you're gonna get back, good luck,
right, and the
Braves.
more that they do this, the more they're going to get one day. It's like, and then they'll be sitting there crying, going, "Ah," and it's like, well, you did it, idiot. You did it.
Yeah.
And when they go to the review, it's going to be, oh shit. Because when you
Yep.
die, you go to the review. How many of these does he have?
Yeah.
What is he? How many of these does he have? And he keeps making them. That's okay. He can keep deleting it.
Oh, it's so clever. Oh, I got a bunch of fake accounts. Oh, what a good trick.
I bought a bunch of fake accounts. Please look at me. I'm gay. Look at me. You remember that cat? There's this one cat, and it sounds like it's saying, I'm gay. Look at me. It's like, okay, we'll look at you if you want, if you really want. You really want that much attention. Oh, you poor little thing. You. Oh, poor little baby, go.
Or what
Poor
was that?
little boy.
Mad TV with that Stewart character, and he's look what I can do, look what I can do, and he fucking jumps around.
Yeah, it's like, oh, geez. Go find something to do with your life. That's all you got? Oh, man, that's sad. I mean, what is your real name? Lou Zer? Maybe? I
Yeah, you
mean,
got all
maybe
these.
that's where the Zer, maybe that's the pronoun. Yeah, I know your pronoun is Zer, right? Your name is Lou. But yeah, maybe that's where the Zim and Z and Zer and whatever. What?
Yeah.
Lou Zer. Anyway, now you're just making me laugh. Now you're just making me laugh. Okay, well, it's getting to be
Uh-oh.
stupid funny.
There you are.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, give it up. Whatever your mental problem is, please get help.
Yeah.
Get help. Get help. Stop it. Get help. Like that meme. Stop it. Get help.
But we love you. You're a special snowflake. We see you.
You're so cute. Just pinch and chubby little cheeks. You're so cute. We love you.
Even if mommy and daddy don't, we got you.
You're so cute. I'm sure that the sock puppet would love to sniff you. But anyway, the sock puppet wants to sniff you, little boy. Yes. Ah, okay.
Hmm.
Ah, okay. Slender Man. Slendy. If it is Puck Al, Puck kind of. You can't tell. Is it the bowstring or is it Puck? We can't really tell the difference until he moves. But anyway, um, you're so silly. Honest to God, you're so silly. I could so unleash on you. I could probably give you nightmares for the rest of your life, doubting yourself. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Yeah. No, that would be too mean. I don't want to have to review that. So you can just F off with your little strange self. It's so crazy though. It's just, and it's like they're hooked on a drug. Am I that attractive to you that you can't quit me? You can't quit me, can you? I've been on your mind. I live rent free in your head, don't I? All the time. Yeah. You are so turned on by me. You can't stay away. That's why. That's why you're here. You're always trying to think, oh man, that's the one that I can't get. Yeah. I know what your story is. Yeah, you're just sorry because I would never give you a tumble ever. It's quiet. Quiet on the Western Front. Look at that. You want me to give you a complex? I know something about psychology. I could I could get in your head. I'm already in your head. I'm already in there all the time. Okay, there we go. I'm in your head, Clarice. Have the lamb stopped screaming yet? In your head, in your head. Zombie, zombie, zombie. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Serious though, he does have survivor's guilt and feel bad. I truly do. He lashes out to cover up his pain he feels or his loss. I'm so sorry, but you know, we have to take care of ourselves too. We're all responsible. Okay, sing. They want
Well,
me to sing.
yeah, you can't rule out the drugs and that thing either. It might be.
There's got to be it puts the lotion on its skin. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. And now he's calling himself Puck Off. You know what? Puck Off.
Like I'm definitely pro-life, but some people just really should have been aborted. You know what I mean? I mean,
Well, the doctor threw away the wrong part, I think. Did your
should have
mom
been a
have any
blowjob.
children that actually lived?
Imagine,
Um,
yeah, that's the one sperm that made it. Holy shit!
the one sperm that made it. What must the others have been like? Because that's the best of them, right?
Yeah.
Wow, that's scary.
Can't rule out test tube babies at this point. So
Yeah, yeah, that's true. He could have been. He could have been. Okay, I'm sorry about your loss, but you were given a chance. You're given lots of chances. You were given a lot of chances. You can't. You can't seem to forget me. You'll never forget me. You've never known one like me. Never. Yeah, you'll never forget me, pal. You've never met anyone like me, and you never will meet anybody quite like me. And you know it. Okay, I'm gonna go find some songs and we'll sing. You got anything you want to sing, Indy?
oh no, I'm
You,
the I'm
singer,
in the
you.
back of the band. I'm not up front. So
Yeah, well, hang around because I like talking to you. But
all right,
how long have we been? We've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Are you kidding me?
420.
4:20. It's time to, celebrate. And what? Cowboy is saying what? He's saying, Mom, you're supposed.
Oh, froze. There we go. Oh, there we are. Froze
It's early in
again.
the morning. It's like
There we go.
2:33. Okay, I think we're gonna have to do karaoke next time, loves. It's fucking late. Okay, I'm sorry, but we were having a good time. I'm gonna have Indian again. We're gonna come up with some more deep shit. Okay, and Puck Elf will be pucked up like usual, probably trying to puck his way around and be puckish.
You have to figure out something else to do with his life.
Puck off!
Or her life.
You're coming on the channel, you damn fool! Oh, you gotta go! He's what's coming to the channel, and he's like, get away, get away, get away! Isn't that like going to the bear saying, "Hey, over here, Mister, get away from me"? Oh man, you're a joke. You are a joke.
What a stupid avatar picture too. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that is a stupid avatar picture.
Stupidest. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, it's he's the one eye, whatever. Are you a one-eyed? Are you pretending you're a one-eyed trouser snake there? Yeah,
Very shrimpy trouser snake.
yeah, one-eyed trouser snake. That's what it is. He's pretending he's a one-eyed trouser snake. Well, dude, sorry, but I must leave you. I really have to get some sleep sometime. But it's been really trippy and it's been wild and it's been a lot of fun with you guys tonight. We'll do some more of this when I get back on. And guess what? I don't have my helper on Thursday. So I might even be on tomorrow a little while, okay? I love y'all.
Good night.
And I will be seeing y'all again soon. Yeah, I'm going to be on my own Thursday and Friday, and I'm planning on doing some stuff. Um, yeah, that's right. I'm coming to maul you. Like he's saying to the bear, it's like he's walking right up to the bear and going, "Shoo! Are you kidding me? You must want your life to be really shit, as if it isn't shit enough already, right? You harm someone like me, there's a lot of beings that won't like that. But I'm not really harmed anyway. No. You know what? This cat here, he's gonna bite you in your dream. He dream walks. He's gonna come over there as a great big cat and just handle you like your prey. Anyway, you can see how violent this cat is, right? Hey, I love you guys. We'll have another lively discussion. I just need a little bit of rest now. And besides, Puckaroo is just he's losing his mind again over there. So we gotta let him rest. The poor little guy. He's we gotta let the hamster wheel stop spinning over there. So poor little hamster wheel. Anyway, and Cowboy, he's very adamant that he wants to go to bed now. He says, Mom, that's it. It's 2 something in the morning. So I love you guys, and it's really a pleasure to be with you always. And um, where is Dolly? What happened to Dolly? I'm gonna have to see if I can find Dolly. Mm-hmm. Hi.
Meow.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm just trying to read what people are telling me. Some people know more about the pucked up character than, but yeah, Cowboy is like really adamant now. He says, I want to go to sleep. Okay. Love you guys. Remember, you are divine. We can change all this, even the complete mistake that happened there with Trump. We
Yeah.
can change things. So maybe it's part of our little test to ourselves. Is can we change these things? How good are we at um, manifesting now? That we can manifest things to be different. Okay. Um, Truth is where you find it. Hope you're always finding some here. And I'll see you again as soon as I can. I'm going to try and spend some time outside. Maybe if I can keep my stuff charged up, I'll take. Bless everybody and everything.